Chapter 19. Long Houchen frowned and no longer paid attention to the long-haired youth. He turned to Lin Xian and Lin Jialu and said, "Sisters, let's go." Hey, don't go. I really want to buy it. I'll pay 2,000 gold coins. How about it?" The youth didn't have time to lament and hurriedly said. Hearing this number, Long Houchen couldn't help but stop. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. 2,000 gold coins was much higher than the starting bid. There might not be such a price tag in the auction house. The middle-aged man in charge of the auction house couldn't take it anymore and said to the long-haired youth in a deep voice, "Don't disturb the order here. Leave quickly." The long-haired youth curled his lips and took out a black card from his bosom and handed it over. "Big brother, you're new here, right? You don't even recognize this master." The middle-aged man who was impatient just a moment ago immediately stiffened when he saw the black card. He carefully took the card in his hand and looked it up and down a few times before respectfully handing it back to the long-haired youth. "Esteemed guest, you have the right to bid in advance for the goods as long as the seller agrees." The long-haired youth proudly took back the card and turned to Long Houchen. "How about it, brother? You see, I didn't violate the rules of the auction house. Sell it to me. 2,000 gold coins isn't a low price. I need some parts of this dark green dual-bladed demon to make medicine." Lin Jialu blurted out in surprise. "You're a potion apothecary?" The long-haired youth's face darkened. "Who said I'm a potion apothecary? I'm a magician, a very, very powerful magician. Making medicine is just my hobby. Let me tell you, this master is going to participate in the Monster Hunters trials soon. Have you heard of the Monster Hunters? That's one of the sharp knives of our 6 great temples." Long Houchen didn't seem to hear him. He pointed at the dark green dual-bladed demon and said, 2,000 gold coins. I'll sell it to you." He had always liked peace and quiet. He didn't have a good impression of this talkative and somewhat narcissistic guy. Okay, take out your magic crystal card, I'll transfer the money to you." As he spoke, he waved his left hand. A red light flashed, and the dark green dual-bladed demon disappeared in an instant. Long Houchen looked at him in surprise. It was obvious that the young man in front of him also had a magical storage equipment. "I don't have a magic crystal card," he said, shaking his head. "I'll just apply for one. It can be done here. Opposite. Let's go, I'll take you there." The young man pointed at the counter opposite him. As he spoke, he enthusiastically put his arm around Long Houchen's shoulder. Long Houchen shook his shoulders slightly and shook off his hand. The long-haired youth didn't mind. He chuckled and said, "Don't be so polite. Look, we're both so handsome, and we're in the prime of our lives. We should be more intimate. My name is Lin Xian. What's your name?" "Long Houchen." Good name." Lin Xian laughed and brought Long Houchen to the opposite side to apply for a magic crystal card. Lin Jialu looked at Lin Xian and said doubtfully, "This guy can't be a swindler, right?" Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Just keep an eye on him. He's a magician, how can he escape?" The middle-aged man behind the counter rolled his eyes and said, "Ladies, you don't have to worry about this at all. The black card that the young master took out just now is the highest level of our Sanctuary Alliance auction house's Black Envoy VIP card. This kind of VIP card can't be purchased, and can only be obtained by giving it away. Those who have this card can enjoy a 10% discount on anything they buy in our auction house. The difference in price will be made up by our auction house. Also, you can overdraft an amount of up to 100,000 gold coins at any Sanctuary Alliance auction house." The two women gasped, and their faces changed instantly. With their background, they had never even heard that the Sanctuary Alliance auction house actually had this level of VIP card. Applying for a magic crystal card was more troublesome than Long Houchen had imagined. Moreover, he had to pay a 100 gold coin processing fee. How could Long Houchen have so much money? Lin Xian took out his Black Envoy card again and waved it, and it was actually free. The magic crystal card was only the size of half a palm, and there were 4 gems on it. When applying for the card, it needed to be infused with spiritual power. Therefore, only third-grade professionals and above could apply for it. Everyone's spiritual power had its own characteristic. When using the magic crystal card, it also needed to be infused with spiritual power. Therefore, there was no need to worry about losing it or being stolen. The transfer was even simpler. There was an area in the center of the magic crystal card. Using a needle-shaped stick on the magic crystal card, the amount was written on it. Then, both parties infused their spiritual power, and the 2 magic crystal cards were connected. The transfer was successful. After about half an incense's time, Long Houchen's magic crystal card had an additional 2,000 gold coins. Done, let's pack up. Lin Xian took back the magic crystal card, and patted Long Houchen's shoulder. He said, "Brother, you are going to participate in the auction, right? It's better to meet by chance than to invite. Let's go in together. If you follow me, you can buy things at a discount." After receiving 2,000 gold coins, Long Houchen was in a good mood. He nodded and said, "Then let's go together." After calling Lin Xian and Lin Jialu, the 4 of them walked into the auction house. After entering the Sanctuary Alliance auction house, Long Houchen was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Inside the auction house, there was a circle of seats. Every 5 rows of seats had a different color. According to Lin Jialu, the seats with different colors had different ticket prices. The further in, the higher the price. At the front and also at the bottom, there was a circle of enclosed boxes. In the middle of the auction house, there was a circular platform, which was obviously used to display the auction items. As soon as they entered the auction house, Long Houchen immediately felt a strong magical element blowing towards him. Obviously, there were many magical devices here. "Our tickets are at the back," Long Houchen said to Lin Xian, who was walking to the front, after taking a look at the number plate that Lin Xian gave him. Lin Xian stopped and said, "It's okay, there is a box in front of me. Since I am the only one here, it is very spacious inside. Let's go together." Long Houchen was still a little hesitant, but Lin Jialu nudged him from behind, hinting for him to agree. Lin Xian and Lin Jialu were also very curious about this long-haired young man. One had to know that potion pharmacists were extremely rare, and their status was much higher than mages. Although this guy did not admit that he was a potion pharmacist, he did say that he had a hobby in this area. Moreover, he had a black messenger card. It was not a bad thing to make friends with such a person. All right. Long Houchen could only agree. Under Lin Xian's lead, they walked down the stairs diagonally and arrived at the front of the box area. At this place, there was a special female attendant to serve them. These female attendants were all slender, beautiful, and wore long silver dresses. "Master Lin, you are here." Seeing them coming down, a female attendant hurriedly walked in front of Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. His eyes were filled with undisguised adoration and adoration. Lin Xian said arrogantly, "Xiao Nua, these are my friends. Bring us over." "Yes." When the young lady's gaze swept past Long Houchen's face, she revealed a little surprise. Lin Xian's appearance was already one of the most outstanding among the men, but compared to Long Houchen, there was still a gap. When the 2 of them stood together, Lin Xian was immediately outshone. However, these female attendants were obviously of high quality. Their gaze lingered for a moment, then they brought the 4 of them along the red carpeted path towards the box area. Lin Xian's box was number 6. The position was very good, facing the auction stage. The female attendant, whom he called Xiao Nua, opened the door and let them in. The box area was at least 100 square meters. The floor was covered with a thick light brown carpet, which was very soft and comfortable to step on. The decoration of the box was very elegant, with some green plants placed on both sides. In the middle was a large white semicircular leather sofa. Even if more than 10 people sat on it, it would not feel crowded. The front was a wide, transparent crystal glass, which could clearly see the auction stage in front. There were all sorts of fruits and desserts on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Lin Xian said, "Brother Long, 2 beautiful ladies, please take a seat, please take a seat. Xiao Nua, bring 2 bottles of sweet dew red demons." "Okay, coming right away." Xiao Nua smiled sweetly at him, closed the door and walked out. Lin Xian sat beside Long Haochen and said, "Brother Long, do you have any other magical beasts for sale? Dead or alive?" Magical beasts like the dark green dual-bladed demons are really hard to find nowadays. You have solved my urgent problem this time. Long Haochen shook his head and said, "I only have this one demons that I can sell. What can the body of the dark green dual-bladed demons be used for?" He was also very curious about potioneers. Lin Xian chuckled and said, "Look." With a flash of red light, a crystal bottle appeared in his hand. Through the bottle, one could see that there were 3 scarlet-red pills inside. "This is the vigor pill I made. One of the main ingredients is the powder ground from the carapace of the dark green dual-bladed demons. This is good stuff." Long Haochen was stunned. "Vigor pill? What is it used for? Can it strengthen external spiritual energy?" Lin Xian shook his head mysteriously and said, "You will know in a moment. The auction is starting. Watch the auction first." Xiao Nua walked into the box again and put down the 2 bottles of red fruit wine. She poured a cup for everyone and left quietly. This was obviously the sweet dew red demon that Lin Xian mentioned. "Try it. This thing is not bad. It is a specialty of a small town in the south." Lin Xian took a sip from his cup and turned his gaze to the auction stage outside. Long Haochen also picked up a glass and took a sip. When it first entered his mouth, he felt a slight sourness on the tip of his tongue, but very quickly, the rich fruity aroma filled his mouth. Even his breath was mixed with this aroma. The warm feeling slid into his stomach, making his body feel warm and indescribable. Lin Xian and Lin Jialu sat at the side and watched Lin Xian and Long Haochen converse. Then, they tasted the sweet dew red demon. The shock in their eyes became more intense. Long Haochen had never seen this fruit wine before, but they had. Lin Jialu's father had a bottle and treated it like a treasure. He could not bear to drink it. It was said that this sweet dew red demon was made from a type of grape called rose dew. It was processed through 99 processes. There were only 20 bottles produced every year. Yet, Lin Xian actually used this to treat them. One had to know that a cup of sweet dew red demon in their hands was worth more than the dark green dual saber demon that Long Haochen had just sold. This guy was too rich. On the auction stage, a beautiful auctioneer had already walked up. At this moment, at least 50% of the seats were occupied. The female auctioneer was wearing a rose-red floor-length dress. She was tall and voluptuous. Her long black hair was tied up. She was beautiful and experienced. She walked to the center of the auction stage and raised her arms to the sides. She bowed slightly and said in a gentle and pleasant voice, "Welcome to Amei City's Sanctuary Alliance Auction House. I am Xingxuan. It is my pleasure to serve all of you." Cheers and whistles could be heard. Clearly, this female auctioneer was very popular. "Next, please bring out our first auction item." The female auctioneer did not say too many sensational words. After bowing to the cheering bidders, she went straight to the main topic. Sitting beside Long Haochen, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with peach blossoms. Sister Xingxuan is still so beautiful. She really has class. If I wasn't only 18 years old, I would definitely try to woo her. Brother Long, what do you think of her? Isn't she beautiful? Long Haochen nodded his head shyly. A female attendant who was wearing the same outfit as Xiao Nua pushed an exquisite golden cart onto the stage from the side. The cart was covered with a layer of red cloth. Xingxuan smiled and said, "I believe everyone has guessed our first auction item. Our mysterious Master Lin has appeared again. Many people have asked me if there are any other ways to buy the pills that Master Lin has made. Here, I will answer all of them. Master Lin is working with our Sanctuary Alliance auction house. All the pills that he has made will be distributed by us. You can't buy them anywhere else. Long Haochen looked at Lin Xian almost immediately. Is she talking about you? Lin Xian said somewhat complacently, Isn't it this Grandmaster? It's good to be young. Outside, even if I say that these pills were made by me, no one would believe me. It's best if they don't believe me. It'll save us trouble. Long Haochen was stunned. Then tell me, aren't you afraid that I will tell others? We just met. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously and said, Of course I'm not afraid. Let's watch the auction first. The red cloth was removed and a beautiful crystal bottle appeared on the golden cart. The view from the private room was very good. Long Haochen could tell with one look that the red pill in the crystal bottle was exactly the same as the energy pill that Lin Xian had shown him. However, there was only one pill in the bottle. Master Lin's product, Jasper Body Protection Pill. Pinnacle of Grade 3 Pill. After consuming it, the body's external spiritual energy defense will increase by 500 for half an hour. The skin will be as tough as steel. It's effective against physical and magical attack. This isn't the first time the Jasper Body Protection Pill is being auctioned. I won't say much about it. On the battlefield, having such a pill is equivalent to having an extra life. The starting bid is 1,000 gold coins. Each increment must be no less than 50 gold coins. The body's external spiritual energy defense will increase by 500? This meant that the increased spiritual energy could not be used to attack. However, what did 500 external spiritual energy mean? It meant that all attacks below grade 4 would be ineffective, and it could last for as long as half an hour. Long Haochen was still a little better, but Lin Xian and Lin Jialu had a look of shock on their faces at this time. The starting price of such an elixir was as high as 1,000 gold coins. No wonder potioneering was the richest profession. This Master Lin was really amazing. Very quickly, the bids rang out continuously. In a short while, this Jasper Body Protection Pill reached 1,500 gold coins. Long Haochen was a little moved. That Star Jade auctioneer was right. With such a pill, as long as he wasn't facing a grade 5 and above opponent, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Simply put, when he faced the Jade Green Dual Blade Demons, if he had this pill, he wouldn't have been injured at all. In the end, this Jasper Body Protection Pill was sold for 1,800 gold coins. Lin Xian seemed a little dissatisfied with this price. Only 1,800? Last time it was 2,000. Looks like I'll have to sell a little less. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. This master will keep it as candy and not let them off. Brother Long, how about we make a deal? Long Haochen's heart moved. What deal? Lin Xian smiled and handed him the crystal bottle with 3 Jasper Body Protection Pills, saying, You only need to answer one question of mine and this bottle of power pill is yours. Long Haochen looked at him in surprise. 1,800 gold coins, these 3 pills were equivalent to more than 5,000 gold coins. What kind of question could be worth so much? Lin Xian smiled. No need to be so surprised. This thing is expensive outside, but to me, the cost is only a few dozen gold coins. Do you know how many Jade Green Dual Blade Demons can make? I don't dare to say too many, but I can still make 80 to 100. Lin Xian was afraid that Long Haochen would be at a disadvantage, so she rushed to say, First tell us what the question is, if we can answer it, then see if we can answer it. Lin Xian laughed, saying, The question is very simple, you can definitely answer it. I just want to ask if that Jade Green Dual Blade Demon was killed by you guys. Lin Xian was stunned. That simple? Lin Xian spread out his hands, saying, Isn't it that simple? Lin Xian said, That's nothing, we killed it. Lin Xian raised his hand and snapped his fingers, stuffing the crystal bottle into Long Houchen's hands, saying, "Very good deal." Long Houchen couldn't believe his ears. "Lin Xian, this is too expensive, I can't accept it." More than 5,000 gold coins. He had never seen so much money in his life. Lin Xian slapped his forehead, a helpless look on his face. "Brother Long, I've already said that this is a transaction. I'm not giving it to you for free. Also, I have something to ask of you." Long Houchen was a kind person, holding such an expensive thing. Although he liked it, he still didn't keep it. "What is it?" Lin Xian smiled, saying confidently, "If I'm not wrong, you should be going to the Holy City to participate in the Monster Hunters trials, right?" Lin Xian was surprised, saying, "How did you guess that?" Lin Xian said, "It's not hard to guess. As long as you come from the south, going to the Holy City, you will have to pass through Ai Mei City. Your age matches, and the question you just answered proves that you have the qualifications to participate in the trials. Isn't it obvious? Just now, I said I'm not afraid of you revealing that I'm Master Lin, because first, no one will believe that I can make third-stage pills at my age, and second, because you won't be staying in Ai Mei City for long, you will be going to the Holy City soon to participate in the trials. Am I right?" Lin Xian raised her eyebrows, saying, "Why? Are you trying to attack your competitors in advance?" Lin Xian hurriedly shook his head, saying, "Why would I? I just want to work together with you. Brother Long, what I want to ask of you won't harm you in any way. I just hope that after we enter the finals of the Monster Hunters trials, if you can get into the top 3, then please choose me as your teammate." Hearing that, Lin Jialu was instantly indignant, saying, "Why should I choose you? I'm a sorcerer too." According to the rules of the Monster Hunters, the 6 members of a complete team of 6 Monster Hunters must belong to the 6 main temples, which means that a Monster Hunters can only have one sorcerer. Lin Xian said, "Sister, I'll be honest. In my opinion, with your cultivation, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to enter the finals." Lin Jialu was stunned. "You can see my cultivation?" Lin Xian chuckled, saying, "That's my secret. Brother Long, how about it, do you agree? As long as you agree to my request, we'll be good brothers in the future. Not to mention anything else, you'll have enough elixirs. Everything will be free. I'm so poor now that I only have elixirs and money." Although he was very handsome, the smile on his face now looked like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit, no matter how you look at it. Long Houchen said doubtfully, "But how can you be so sure that I can enter the top 3? Lin Xian said, "It's a gamble. It won't hurt me if you don't enter the top 3. It won't hurt you to agree to me, and you can feel at ease if you accept my 3 vigor pills." Suddenly, Long Houchen's body shook violently. Then, his forehead lit up, and a purplish gold rune lit up on his forehead. This rune was very special. When it first appeared, it was a purplish gold origin, but very quickly, 9 purple light patterns extended upwards. Each light pattern was an inch long, and there was a hazy fluctuation of spiritual power on them. The purple light spread, and with a flash, a figure appeared in front of Long Houchen. It was Haoyue. At this moment, Haoyue was clearly a little strange. As soon as it appeared, it immediately jumped towards Long Houchen and made continuous whining sounds, as if it was saying something. Others might not understand what Haoyue was saying, but Long Houchen, who had a telepathic connection with it, could understand. "Haoyue, calm down, I'll try my best." As he spoke, he raised his head and looked towards the auction stage outside. At this moment, the auction stage had changed to a cart. On the golden cart, there was a stone ball the size of a human head. On the stone ball, one could faintly see some dark green patterns. On the stage, the host, Xing Xian, was introducing the item. The next item to be auctioned is a little special. Even the most authoritative appraiser in this auction house can't identify what it is. However, the seller who is preparing to sell this item has set a starting price of 10,000 gold coins. The Sanctuary Alliance auction house has always been fair, and will never extort a single gold coin from our VIPs. Next, I will introduce to everyone the evaluation of this item by the chief auctioneer of this auction house. This item looks very inconspicuous, just like an ordinary stone ball. However, no detection magic can penetrate it. It is completely isolated by the surface of the stone shell. Unless the surface is smashed, otherwise, even a powerful 9th-grade professional can't detect the situation inside. The only thing that can be confirmed is that there is spiritual power seeping out of this stone ball. The patterns on the surface of the stone ball are formed by the spiritual power seeping out. According to the chief auctioneer, this stone ball is likely to contain a rare metal, or it could be something else. Now, the bidding begins. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. Distinguished guests, please consider carefully before making your bid. Once it is sold, there is no refund. Obviously, because this item was too inconspicuous and the price was so high, the Star Jade auctioneer deliberately emphasized a few words. It was obvious that the Sanctuary Alliance auction house wasn't optimistic about this auction item. 10,000 gold coins, that was 10,000 gold coins. At this moment, Long Houchen's heart was in a fierce struggle. Haoyue's sudden appearance was not summoned by him, but Haoyue itself teleported here. This was beyond the scope of the equality contract. Obviously, it was the effect of the blood contract, and Haoyue sent an urgent signal to Long Houchen when this stone ball was pushed onto the stage, as if this stone ball was extremely important to him. Because of the blood connection, the things that Long Houchen could feel, even if Haoyue wasn't by his side, he could still feel it. Therefore, he came here as soon as possible. At this moment, he was jumping up and down, wanting to get this stone ball. Prodigal! Too prodigal! Looking at Xiao Guang and Xiao Hua's shining eyes, as if they wouldn't give up until they got this item, Long Houchen was really helpless. He had just received 2,000 gold coins, and he still had to share it with others. Where would he have 10,000 gold coins to buy this thing? Long Houchen was looking at the stone ball on the stage outside, while Lin Xian was observing Haoyue. When Haoyue appeared, his face was full of surprise. He had seen too many kinds of magical beasts. He had seen many rare magical beasts, but he had never seen a Haoyue. Lin Xian had once bought a magic called Insight at a high price at an auction. With this magic, he could investigate the situation of any profession, including magical beasts. The prerequisite was that the cultivation of the person being investigated could not exceed him by more than one level. Obviously, Haoyue was at most a level 4 magical beast. He hadn't reached the peak of level 4, which was equivalent to a level 3 human expert. But his insight had failed. Moreover, this was not the first time it failed today. Why was he so close to Long Houchen? Because when he used the insight on Long Houchen, apart from Long Houchen's current spiritual strength and age, he didn't find anything more detailed. That was why he was so interested in Long Houchen. So strange, what kind of magical beast was this? Lin Xian was full of doubts. At this time, the auction outside had already become silent. 10,000 gold coins was not a small amount. One must know, 1 gold coin was enough to feed a family of 3 for half a month. 10 gold coins was enough to buy a set of ordinary armor. 10,000 gold coins was enough to arm 100 knight regiment to the teeth. This stone ball said that rare metals might appear, but among the rare metals, how many could be so valuable? Moreover, God knows how big the metal inside was. If it was only the size of a fist, even a high-grade magical metal like mithril would not be worth so much money. Xing Xian asked for the 3rd time on the stage, "Is there any distinguished guest interested in this auction item?" There was still no response. Few people who often participated in auctions would be particularly impulsive. If it was 100 gold coins, maybe someone would buy it and gamble, but 10,000 gold coins, not many people would be willing to gamble. "Brother Lin," Long Houchen suddenly called. Looking at Haoyue's hopeful eyes, he finally made up his mind. Ah! Lin Xian was still thinking about the origin of Haoyue, only reacted when he was called. Brother Lin, if you lend me money to buy this auction item in front of me, I will agree to your request. Long Haochen said resolutely. No need to borrow from him, sister will buy it for you. Lin Jialu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, and quickly stepped forward, quickly pressing the number 10,000 gold coins on the auction machine in front. On the auction stage, Xing Xian said with some regret, "It seems that our second auction item will not be sold." Await. The sixth guest bids 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins, going once. Seeing someone bid, she was a little surprised, but when she saw that it was from the sixth room, she couldn't help but frown, glancing at Lin Xian's room with some reproach. The crystal glass of the room was made of a special material, and could only be seen from the inside. The auction outside was already in an uproar, and many people were sneering. But what they didn't know was that in the sixth room, there was someone screaming. The scream was from Lin Xian. "Sister, you can't do this. Brother Long already said that he wanted to borrow money from me. How can you rob him?" Lin Xian looked depressed. Lin Jialu smiled sweetly. "Haochen is my brother, as a sister, isn't it normal to buy something for him?" Long Haochen was shocked. "Sister Lin, how can you do this? That's 10,000 gold coins." Lin Jialu stood up, walked to Long Haochen's side, looked at him with a gentle gaze, and said, "Haochen, if you were over 20 years old this year, I would definitely snatch you away even if I have to be shameless. Even if I have to offend Xian Heir again, I won't hesitate. Unfortunately, our age difference is too big, and I can only be your sister. I will never forget what happened that day. Twice, for a whole 2 times, you saved my life. Especially the second time, I could even smell the god of death, and it was you who pulled me back from the edge of death. If you don't give me a chance to repay you, I will never be at ease." "Sister Lin, Long Haochen anxiously wanted to refuse, but Lin Jialu raised her hand to cover his mouth. "Don't say anything. Do you think that my life is not worth 10,000 gold coins? I have discussed this matter with your sister Xian Heir. She has also agreed. If you are not willing to accept, then don't call us sisters in the future." Ever since completing the trial mission that day, Lin Jialu had been woken up by nightmares almost every night. She could never forget the ice-cold sharp blade of the Earth Dragon clan's invisible creature. A life-saving grace. Without Long Haochen, she would have died without a doubt that day. She was a person who knew how to repay kindness. These days, the relationship between her and Lin Xian had also eased up a lot. There was no irreconcilable conflict between them in the first place, and now that things were out in the open, the previous grievances were over. She had already thought of buying something for Long Haochen at a May City's auction house a few days ago. This was a large auction house, and there would be no lack of good things. Buying something useful for Long Haochen, who was about to participate in the Monster Hunter's trials, was the best way she could think of to repay him. Long Haochen took a deep breath and finally nodded, saying, "Thank you, sister." Lin Jialu was overjoyed and patted his head, saying, "That's my good little brother." Lin Xian said with some jealousy, "Humph, I want to earn more money in the future." Third time sold. "This mysterious stone ball goes to guest number 6. Xing Xian's voice came from outside. With no one bidding, it was finally sold for 10,000 gold coins. Lin Xian said gloomily, "Brother Long, continue looking. If there's anything else that catches your eye, let me know. I'll give it to you this time, as long as you agree to my request." Long Haochen smiled and shook his head, saying, "I don't have anything else that I want. But I will consider your proposal. But we still have to enter the Monster Hunter's trials finals to have a chance, isn't that so?" At this time, Haoyue had already calmed down, but the desire in his eyes did not diminish, but instead increased. Lying at Long Haochen's feet, Xiao Guang and Xiao Hua constantly rubbed against his legs. Lin Xian sat there as if thinking about something. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The door opened, and the girl called Xiao Nua came in, pushing a small golden cart like the one on the auction stage. On top of it was the mysterious stone ball. Seeing the stone ball, Hao Yue almost pounced on it, but Long Haochen looked at him, and he restrained himself, but his body was still trembling slightly. Ever since he brought Hao Yue out from the night's sacred mountain, this was the first time Long Haochen saw him so emotional. 10,000 gold coins, for Long Haochen, was definitely an astronomical figure. Even if Lin Jialu paid for it, he would firmly remember this favor in his heart, and would definitely return it in the future. If it was another person, he would definitely not be so willful. Spending money for the interest of his magical beast companion was not something he could afford at the moment. But Long Haochen was different. He valued family the most, and Hao Yue had a blood contract with him, and each of them had a part of each other's blood flowing in their bodies. Long Haochen almost treated it like a younger brother. Seeing Hao Yue being so eager, he chose to believe in his younger brother's intuition and made up his mind to buy the stone ball. And he also believed that in the future, he would definitely be able to earn a figure like 10,000 gold coins. Lin Jialu went forward and paid with her magic crystal card. After Xiao Nua pushed the card in, she wanted to greet Lin Xian, but saw that Lin Xian was sitting there as if he was deep in thought. Although she felt it was strange, she still left. In her impression, this Master Lin always had a smile on his face. Long Haochen did not directly give the stone ball to Hao Yue, but kept it in his forget-me-not ring. After all, Lin Xian was an outsider. No matter if there was anything magical about this stone ball, this auction was obviously not a suitable place to display it. Chapter 20. Lin Xian slapped his thigh. "I'll take the bet." As if he had made up his mind, he lifted his head to look at Long Haochen. "Brother Long, although this is the first time we've met, I believe in my judgment. I'll take the bet with you." Long Haochen shook his head. "Lin Xian, I don't gamble." Lin Xian shook his head. "I'm not asking you to gamble with me, I'm gambling with myself. Here are 3 bottles of pills, take them. Each bottle has a note explaining how to use them." As he spoke, the red light in his hand flashed again, and the 3 bottles of pills appeared in his palm. They were all crystal bottles. Each bottle contained 10 pills the size of soybeans. But the colors were different. Long Haochen didn't take the 3 bottles of pills, but looked at Lin Xian with a questioning gaze. Lin Xian sighed lightly and said, "Brother, I didn't take these medicinal pills for nothing. I'll say it again, I hope you agree to my request just now. Make me a promise." Long Haochen looked at him in shock. "The value of your pills is so high, just for a promise you," Lin Xian smiled, "that's why I said it's a bet. I believe in my own judgment, and if I really succeed, I'll still be the one making a profit. These are all my proudest creations, even better than the vigorous pill, and I've never sold them outside. In terms of making pills, I'm confident. I'll tell you the truth, I really don't want to be a potioneering master. My biggest goal in life is to travel the whole continent in search of those mysterious ruins. And the most likely way to achieve this goal is to become a member of the monster hunters. I'm very talented in making potions, but, in terms of magic, I'm a lot worse. I'm good at supporting magic, but I'm not very good at offensive magic. So, even if my spiritual power is abundant, my fighting power is not enough. I've signed up for the Monster Hunters competition, and I'm confident I can get a place in the Magic Temple. But, in the finals, the 6 temples will compete together, and I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Because I'm not good at fighting, I need a strong team. If you can get into the top 3 in the finals, you'll have a chance to choose a teammate. If you promise to give me this chance, these 3 bottles of pills are yours. If you can't get into the top 3, then I'll lose. I can vaguely see through your strength, but with your current cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to reach the top 3. But with my pills, it'll be different. You have a chance. Brother Long, let's give each other a chance." At this moment, Hao Yue came over from under Long Haochen's feet. After Long Houchen put the stone orb into the forget-me-not ring, his emotions had calmed down a lot. In a very human-like manner, it used its 2 hind legs to prop itself up, its nose sniffing the 3 bottles in Lin Xian's hands. Then, he turned to Long Houchen and nodded. At the same time, a thought came to Long Houchen from Haoyue. This person has no bad intentions. He can be trusted. What Haoyue passed on to Long Houchen was an intuition. Although Long Houchen didn't know where his intuition came from, on the battlefield, Long Houchen had judged the enemy's sneak attack twice. The second time, it was Haoyue who first discovered the invisible ground dragon tribe. Long Houchen only noticed it a little later than it did. "Okay, I promise you," Long Houchen said solemnly as he took the 3 bottles from Lin Xian's hands. In fact, Lin Xian felt some pain in his heart. Only he knew the value of these 3 bottles. It was almost equal to a third of his savings. The reason why he made such a decision was indeed because of his vision. First, it was Long Houchen and Haoyue's mysteriousness. Second, it was Long Houchen's temperament. Combined with the observation of insight technique, Lin Xian decided to gamble. Perhaps there was an existence stronger than Long Houchen in the Monster Hunter's trials. However, after using insight technique several times, Lin Xian finally discovered the mystery of the Saint's spiritual stove in Long Houchen's body. A guardian knight with the Saint's spiritual stove meant life protection for the magicians in the same team. Moreover, in a short period of time, he couldn't find those top young elites to cooperate with. Of course, Lin Xian also had his craftiness. He grasped an important point, and that was Long Houchen's age. As long as you are under 25 years old, you can participate in the Monster Hunter's trials. Even if you can't do it this time, what about 5 years later? Now that Long Houchen is already rank 4, what kind of cultivation can he achieve in 5 years? At that time, fighting for the top 3 shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he was only 18 years old this year. 5 years later, he would still be in the range of the Monster Hunter's trials. He didn't know what his decision meant at this time. Lin Xian had made countless pills in his life, but the most valuable ones were the 3 bottles in front of him. The moment he made up his mind, the god of luck was already standing by his side. Outside, the auction was still going on. There was no lack of fine products, but no one had any interest. Fortunately, they left early and left the Sacred Alliance auction house. "Brother Long, we will meet again in the Sacred Alliance. Let's do our best." Lin Xian didn't pester him anymore. Both hands slightly combed the dark green long hair behind his head. He revealed a confident smile to Long Houchen, turned around and left. Looking at his departing figure, Lin Xian said with some blame, "Little brother, you are a little impulsive. We don't know who he is." Long Houchen smiled slightly and said, "He shouldn't be a bad person. Haoyue's intuition tells me that we can agree to him." Lil Light and Lil Fire nodded their heads in succession. Then, they bit the hem of Long Houchen's trousers and pulled it up. Clearly, they were still thinking about that mysterious stone ball. Lin Xian and Lin Jialu looked at each other and didn't say anything. After all, that Lin Xian was a potion apothecary. There was no harm in Long Houchen making such a friend. Back at the hotel, Long Houchen had just closed the door when Haoyue couldn't help jumping up and down. Long Houchen said somewhat helplessly, "You are quite impatient." As he said that, a layer of gentle golden light spread out from his body. It was the spirit light cover. In an instant, the spirit light cover enveloped the entire room. In terms of defense, the spirit light cover really wasn't much, but its ability to isolate sound and energy aura was very practical. After completing the isolation of the spirit light cover, Long Houchen took out the stone ball from the forget-me-not ring and handed it to Haoyue. Lil Light and Lil Fire looked at each other. Suddenly, Lil Light opened his mouth and swallowed the stone ball. It must be known that this stone ball was the size of a human head. Although Haoyue was also 2 meters long, his head wasn't too big. Fiercely swallowing such a stone ball, Lil Light's neck bulged. With great difficulty, the stone ball gradually slid into Haoyue's stomach. They ate it just like that? Long Houchen looked at Lil Light and Lil Fire in astonishment. Woo 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 woo. Lil Fire let out a series of whimpering sounds towards Long Houchen. They couldn't really speak, but they could transmit their thoughts to Long Houchen through the contract. Long Houchen was suddenly startled. What? You want to return to your original world? Lil Fire transmitted this information to him. Moreover, Lil Fire also told Long Houchen that they might not be able to return for a period of time, so they couldn't be summoned by Long Houchen. As for how long this period of time would be, they themselves didn't know. Ever since Haoyue had followed Long Houchen, they had never thought of returning to their original space. At this moment, it was clearly because of the stone ball that a change had occurred. Long Houchen looked at them and somewhat reluctantly nodded. It seems that the stone ball is really important to you. Since that's the case, you can return. There's no need to worry about me here. There won't be any danger in participating in the Demon Extermination Squad selection. In fact, with the upcoming competition, Long Houchen needed Haoyue's help the most. Although Haoyue's cultivation wasn't very high, Lil Light and Lil Fire could use many kinds of magic. In addition, they cooperated extremely well with Long Houchen, which would be of great help to him. However, Long Houchen didn't want to disappoint Lil Light and Lil Fire because of his own matters. He could also strongly sense their desire for the stone ball. Lil Light and Lil Fire revealed some shame in their eyes. They clearly knew that they shouldn't leave Long Houchen at this time. They rubbed their heads against Long Houchen's legs and whimpered a few times. But the determination in their eyes didn't change in the slightest. Clearly, they had made up their minds. The purple patterns on Haoyue's back slowly lit up, transforming into a layer of faint purple light that enveloped his body. He gave Long Houchen a deep look, and the purple light faded. In the next instant, Haoyue's body seemed to shrink in an instant and disappeared, returning to his original space. Looking at the place where Haoyue disappeared, Long Houchen barely suppressed the reluctance in his heart. He took out the 3 bottles given to him by Lin Xian from the forget-me-not ring, opened the corks of each bottle, and took out the slips of paper inside to read. Long Houchen's eyes widened in an instant as he took a look. His first reaction was, "Is this real?" The 3 slips of paper were very simple. The first one said, "Below the 5th step, take 1 pill daily for cultivation, and you'll gain 10 spiritual energy points." The second one said, "Take it under any circumstances, and you'll recover 200 spiritual energy points in 10 seconds. The third one said, "Instantly stimulate your potential and increase your overall battle strength by 20% for 30 seconds. After using it, you'll be weak for 24 hours. Although Long Houchen didn't know that these were already the best of the 4th step pills, he could see the value of these things. This favor seemed to be a little too big. Whether it was for the promise to Lin Xian or to improve his cultivation as soon as possible to find his parents, he had to work hard. Thinking of this, Long Houchen took out 1 pill from the first bottle, put it in his mouth, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Early the next morning, Long Houchen and the others set off again and went straight to the sacred city. After a day's rest, everyone was in high spirit. The monster hunter's trial was about to begin. They had their own plans and expectations, but there was no doubt that they were all full of motivation. After 2 days of rushing, the sacred city in the distance was already in sight. Long Houchen and the others slowed down their horses and slowly moved forward. There was still 1.5 days before the competition report time, so they didn't need to be too anxious. As they were moving forward, there was suddenly a dispute in front of them, attracting the attention of Long Houchen and the others. "I've long found you an eyesore, you damn baldy. It just so happens that we haven't reached the sacred city yet, so I don't think you need to participate in the trial. Hand over your number plate and you can go back to the cultivator city." A priest who doesn't even know how to heal actually wants to lead us. Do you really think you're the captain? Are you guys trying to rebel? A deep voice sounded. The reason why this sudden voice attracted Long Houchen's attention was because the first voice sounded very familiar. After passing through a small forest, Long Houchen, Lin Xin, and the others saw the two sides of the quarrel. There was a total of 6 people in the forest. Long Houchen's judgment was right, one of them was indeed an acquaintance. It was Gui Wu, whom he had met on the night's sacred mountain. At this moment, Gui Wu was riding on his fiery red scarlet-scaled earth dragon, holding a spear in his right hand, looking high and mighty. These 6 people were divided into 2 groups, with Gui Wu actually having 5 people. Naturally, there was only one person on the other side. It was a bald, robust man. He was extremely tall, at least 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and bulging muscles that pushed up his clothes. Not even a blade of grass grew on his bald head, shining like the tiles, sword-like eyebrows, tiger-like eyes, a straight nose and a square mouth. But what made Long Houchen and the others curious was that this bald, robust man was actually wearing a white robe. This was a prayer robe that only priests would wear. Thinking back to what they had just heard, the expressions on the faces of Long Houchen and the others immediately became marvelous. This robust man who looked even more valiant than ordinary warriors and knight, was actually a priest? That's right, he was a priest. Wasn't he holding a magic staff in his hand? If that could be called a magic staff. The bald, robust man's right hand was holding a black staff that was at least 3 meters long and as thick as an arm. It was hard to tell what material it was made of, but at the top of the staff was a sparkling light golden gem. Otherwise, it would really be mistaken for an iron rod. Because the forest that Long Houchen and the others had just passed through was on a small hillside, they could now clearly see these 6 people, while the other side didn't see them. The 5 people opposite the bald priest were obviously led by Gui Wu. Gui Wu pointed the spear in his hand at the bald priest and said, "Sima Xian, hand over your number plate and scram, and we'll let you go. A guy like you will only bring shame to our Xiuqing city when you get there." The bald priest's eyes shone with a cold light. "I, your father, won't hand it over. What can you little bastards do to me?" Gui Wu sinisterly smiled. "Then I'll beat you until even your mother can't recognize you. Go." While saying that, the red-scaled earth dragon he was riding on roared, and its 4 hooves flew as it brazenly charged towards the bald priest. Among the other 4 people with him, 1 warrior followed Gui Wu from the side. Among the other 3, 2 magicians began to chant incantations, and the last one, who had a small stature and a black veil over his face, seemed to be an assassin. His figure flashed, and he circled around from the side. From the looks of it, these 5 people had a tacit understanding with each other. Seeing this, Long Houchen's face suddenly revealed a trace of anger. Regardless of whether the 2 sides were right or wrong, these 5 people had unexpectedly besieged a priest. This kind of despicable behavior had already caused him to feel extreme disdain. Just as he was about to rush out to help, Lin Xin, who was beside him, pulled him back. "Little brother, let's watch first. Don't you see that the priest has a fearless look on his face? He should have some ability to protect himself." Facing the siege of Gui Wu and the other 4, the bald priest, Sima Xian, let out an angry roar. Instead of advancing, he retreated at an extremely fast pace. At the same time, the large magic staff in his hand also lit up. Priests and knight had always been known as the light's companion because they had mastered holy light magic. However, the light magic of a priest was mainly focused on powerful healing and support. Raising his magic staff, a brilliant golden light suddenly lit up, transforming into a golden beam of light that enveloped the bald priest, Sima Xian. This was a priest's offensive and defensive skill, holy light. It could effectively protect oneself, and at the same time produce a certain degree of lethality towards enemies in close combat. The speed at which Sima Xian retreated was very fast. From this, it could be seen that the quality of his body wasn't weak. However, in the end, it was still impossible for him to compare to the red-scaled earth dragon. Gui Wu pointed the long spear in his hand forward, and a golden light shot out. The long spear version of the light-cutting sword, also known as the Thorn of Light. A golden light pierced straight towards Sima Xian. Gui Wu was also a guardian knight. However, he wasn't using a shield at this moment. Instead, he was holding the long spear with both hands. At the same time that the Thorn of Light was activated, the red-scaled earth dragon had already rushed to the front of the bald priest, Sima Xian. In an instant, its right front hoof stamped on the ground. It was a skill that strength-type magical beasts were proficient in, War Trample. The intense shock wave caused the surrounding ground to slightly cave in. Just as Lin Xian had said, there wasn't a trace of panic on Sima Xian's face. On the contrary, a ruthless and fierce expression appeared on the face of this sturdy priest. With a humming sound, the Thorn of Light was dispelled by the holy light radiating from his body. At the same time, the staff in Sima Xian's hand heavily stamped on the ground, causing a milky white halo of light to instantly spread out. Not only did it dispel the shock wave from the war trample, it even caused the red-scaled earth dragon to stagger, causing its charge to be disrupted. Aha! With a loud roar, Sima Xian unexpectedly raised the large staff in his hand, welcoming the incoming spear thrust by the ghost marshal. A loud clang rang out. On the hillside, Long Haochen and the others were dumbfounded to see that the ghost marshal's long spear had unexpectedly been deflected by Sima Xian's attack. Furthermore, the ghost marshal's upper body had also started to sway. From the sound of the collision, they could tell that the bald priest's staff was indeed made of metal. One had to know that the ghost marshal was a guardian knight. Furthermore, he was able to block the red-scaled earth dragon's charge. One could well imagine how strong he was. However, he had suffered a loss in the collision. At the same time that Sima Xian was blocking the ghost marshal's attack, the red-scaled earth dragon had already sent a slap towards him. The sharp claws on its thick and broad palm radiated a dense light. However, Sima Xian didn't panic in the slightest. With a half-turn of his body, he swung the staff's tail. With a bang, he collided head-on with the red-scaled earth dragon. The red-scaled earth dragon unexpectedly staggered from his attack, and tilted to the side. Immediately after, Sima Xian's body turned around, and the staff in his hand swept out, smashing towards the side of the red-scaled earth dragon. The ghost marshal stabilized his body in a flash, and hastily used the long spear in his hand to block. Bang! A shocking scene appeared. The long spear in the ghost marshal's hand was unexpectedly smashed back to the red-scaled earth dragon's body. Accompanied by a pained roar from the red-scaled earth dragon, the ghost marshal was unexpectedly smashed back 2 meters, and nearly fell to the side. A priest, facing a guardian knight riding on a red-scaled earth dragon that was known for its strength, had unexpectedly gained the upper hand in a head-on confrontation. Regardless of who saw this scene, they would feel as if they had seen a ghost. However, Sima Xian's situation wasn't looking good. The 2 warriors that had rushed out together with the ghost marshal had already arrived, and at the same time, 2 gigantic chain fireballs had also arrived. The chain fireballs descended from the sky, directly sealing off Sima Xian's path of retreat. As for the 2 warriors, one on the left and one on the right, both wielding 2-handed greatswords, they simultaneously launched a leap slash. However, an astonishing scene appeared. Facing a siege, Sima Xian's choice was beyond everyone's expectations. He quickly retreated 2 steps, and at the tip of the staff in his hand, a milky white ray of light transformed into a giant hammer, which he instantly smashed behind him. Retreating 2 steps had admittedly allowed him to dodge the leap slash of the 2 warriors in front of him, but in return, he had to endure the attacks of 2 consecutive chain fireballs. Bang! A blood-curdling scream rang out as a black figure was ruthlessly sent flying by the milky white giant hammer, falling to the ground. It was precisely the assassin that had circled around from behind. He had originally wanted to use the explosion of the chain fireballs as a cover, and wait for the instant the explosion of the chain fireballs disappeared to launch a sneak attack. However, he hadn't expected that Sima Xian would actually disregard the attacks from the front and the mages, and be the first to target him. Hammer of Holy Light. The strongest offensive skill of a priest before reaching the 5th level. To be precise, the offensive skills of a priest were extremely lacking. Before reaching the 5th level, there were only 3, namely Holy Light, Hammer of Holy Light, and the White Halo of Holy Light Blast that Sima Xian had previously used. The assassin was smashed by the Hammer of Holy Light, and Sima Xian was ruthlessly hit by a series of chain fireballs. Holy Light was shattered, and several chain fireballs smashed into his body, causing him to continuously retreat 6 or 7 steps, and many parts of the prayer robe on his body were charred black. Ah! Sima Xian roared angrily, and with a violent jerk of his arms, an extremely valiant aura erupted from his body. Immediately after that, his already majestic body suddenly expanded, and with a poof, the prayer robe on his body was directly shattered by him, revealing a body of strong bronze-colored muscles. On those mountain-like muscles, the python tendons were intertwined, faintly glowing with a layer of red light, and actually dispelled the charred parts of his body. On the hillside, Chen, who rarely spoke, involuntarily exclaimed, "Berserk, F***ck, a priest that can go berserk." Berserk was a skill that even a berserker might not necessarily be able to use. It had extremely high requirements for physical strength, and it was a secret skill of the warrior temple. Without enough merit points, it was impossible to learn. As a berserker, Chen currently did not know how to use it, but this bald priest in front of him had actually used it. Purring, purring. 2 sounds rang out, as the 2 soldiers that were rushing over were forcibly knocked back by Sima Xian's staff. However, the ghost warrior had already rushed over once again, his halo of faith and blessing of protection spreading out. The long spear in his hand was dazzling with golden light, transforming into dozens of spear shadows that enveloped Sima Xian. After going berserk, Sima Xian appeared even more valiant, his staff flying up and down, facing the joint attack of the ghost warrior and the red-scaled earth dragon. He unexpectedly did not retreat even half a step, forcefully blocking. At this time, the ghost warrior's complexion was already extremely unsightly. Although he knew that Sima Xian was very valiant, he did not expect him to be strong to this extent. He and the other 2 warriors were only barely able to fight to a draw with Sima Xian alone. Stabilize the attack, his berserk state can't be maintained for too long. The ghost warrior shouted loudly, the golden light on his body becoming more and more intense, the red-scaled earth dragon beneath him helping him block the majority of Sima Xian's attack. It was also at this time, behind the ghost warrior, a huge red light with a diameter of more than 3 meters rose into the sky, reflecting a fiery red light in the surroundings. The 2 magicians behind the ghost warrior with similar appearances raised their staffs. This huge fiery red light was released by them. Union Dazzling Fire Dance. It was a powerful Tier 5 offensive spell. These 2 magicians were brothers, and by relying on the profoundness of union, they were able to use this spell of a higher rank than them, a spell that consumed a lot of mana, yet possessed extremely high attack power. For the first time, the bald priest, Sima Xian's complexion changed. No matter how valiant he was only one person. His cultivation was still at the Tier 4 level, while Ghost Warrior and the others were also Tier 4 professions. With the 5 of them working together, this valiant priest was finally unable to hold on. Just as the dazzling fire dance rose into the sky and locked onto Sima Xian, 2 rays of light suddenly appeared, forcefully squeezing into the battlefield. A golden red ray of light instantly fell on Sima Xian's body, and immediately, a layer of golden red runes appeared on Sima Xian's body. Whether it was his strength, attack power, or defense, all of them were instantly amplified. In his berserk state, he waved his staff repeatedly, forcibly pushing back the two warriors. The other white ray of light fell on the body of a magician at the back, and a strange scene appeared. The dazzling fire dance, which had originally locked onto Sima Xian, unexpectedly changed its direction and flew towards Sima Xian's side. Boom! A red light flashed, and everything within a radius of 10 meters was turned into scorched earth. However, a youth, whose whole body was shining with a golden radiance, stood proudly in the center of the dazzling fire dance's explosion, as if he wasn't affected in the slightest. The youth held a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. It was Long Haochen. Long Haochen pointed the light sword in his hand towards Sima Xian's direction, and the divine block's vengeance of light transformed into a ray of healing light that fell on his body. The warm energy nourished Sima Xian's meridians, which were aching due to the berserk state, and immediately roused his spirit. Stop! Ghost Warrior, who was riding on the back of the red-scaled earth dragon, fiercely raised the spear in his hand, controlling the red-scaled earth dragon to retreat a few steps. His two warrior companions also quickly retreated, stopping their attacks. It's you. Ghost Warrior's gloomy gaze stared at Long Haochen. Long Haochen said indifferently, It's me. Do you still remember the bet between Teacher Yihua and your father? Ghost Warrior's complexion slightly changed. He had just seen with his own eyes that Long Haochen had actually blocked the attack of a rank 5 magic, dazzling fire dance. His original confidence had already weakened by a lot. Of course I remember. We'll meet at the selection. Let's go. He had already seen Long Haochen and his companions. With the addition of the violent priest, Sima Xian, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Two warriors lifted the heavily injured assassin, while Ghost Warrior and his companions dejectedly walked towards the direction of the holy city. Long Haochen didn't obstruct them. Even if he wanted to defeat Ghost Warrior, he wanted to defeat him fair and square in the Monster Hunter's selection. Half a year ago, Ghost Warrior was a rank 8 knight. Now, he was only a rank 1 great knight. Even with the addition of the scarlet-scaled earth dragon, Long Haochen still had the certainty of victory. What kind of plaything is this, Pei? Sima Xian spat in the direction of Ghost Warrior and his companions in disdain. Long Haochen turned to him and said, Hello, let's get to know each other. I'm called Long Haochen. Sima Xian rubbed his shiny bald head, laughed and said, Brother, thanks. I'm called Sima Xian. Are you also going to the Holy City to participate in the selection? Long Haochen nodded and said, Yes, we're from the southern Haoyue city. What's going on with you guys? Don't tell me you're not from Xiuqing? Sima Xian said with a gloomy face, Don't mention it. None of those guys are good. Especially that Ghost Warrior, he's full of evil tricks. Not only did he refuse to complete the training mission with me, but he also wanted to deprive me of the right to participate in the selection. He said that I'm a disgrace to Xiuqing. I, your father, just don't know how to heal. How am I a disgrace to Xiuqing? I think they're worried that if I get a good result in the selection, Ghost Warrior's father won't be able to win against my teacher. A priest who doesn't know how to heal. Long Haochen's heart twitched. This guy is really a weirdo. Sima Xian very straightforwardly said, Brother Long, you helped me today. I'll remember this favor and will definitely return it in the future. I'll leave first and quickly go to the Holy City to meet up with Teacher. I'll also tell Teacher about them obstructing me from participating in the selection. I'm leaving. See you again. With that, the bald violent priest strode towards the Holy City with his staff in hand. Lin Xian came to Long Haochen's side and couldn't help but giggle. This baldy is really interesting. This is the first time I've seen a priest who doesn't know how to heal. Even if he enters the finals, will there be anyone willing to team up with him? Long Haochen chuckled and said, He's really a weirdo. Let's go. Holy City, Temple League headquarters. This city was gradually completed after the Dark Ages. It is the central organization of the Temple League. The Temple League doesn't have a country. This is the highest administrative organization, jointly managed by the 6 great temples. Every temple has a rank 9 powerhouse overseeing this place. They discuss all actions against the demons as well as the internal management of the Temple League. The Holy City isn't divided into 4 sides like an ordinary city. It's a hexagonal city, symbolizing the 6 great temples. This is the most prosperous city in the entire Temple League, but there aren't any 6 great temples here. There's only the Alliance Executive Office. In the Holy City, there are 3 famous buildings, namely the Alliance Executive Office, the Sanctuary Alliance Auction House, and the Temple League Great Trial Grounds. These 3 buildings are located in the center of the Holy City, standing in a triangular formation. Among them, the Sanctuary Alliance Great Trial Grounds is specially used for the selection of monster hunters, as well as the advancement of monster hunters, as well as the acceptance of missions. Its importance is comparable to any one of the 6 great temples. It can be said that the 6 great temples control the powerhouses of their respective professions, but the Temple League controls all the monster hunters. Among the 3 famous buildings, this Great Trial Grounds is also the place that occupies the largest area. It's divided into 6 regions, each with a diameter of 300 m. There's also the exclusive Monster Hunters Mission Tower, Monster Hunters Trading Center, as well as the Temple Treasury. When Long Haochen and the others arrived at the gates of the Holy City, Examiner Feng Yangmu appeared in front of them once again. He brought them into the Holy City and went straight to the Sanctuary Alliance Great Trial Grounds to register. There are people from the 6 great temples in charge of receiving them at the registration place. Here, Long Haochen and the others are about to part ways. They have to go to their respective temple to participate in the preliminary competition. Big Sister Lin, Big Brother Chen, Second Brother Chen, all the best. Let's try our best to meet in the finals. Long Haochen said with a smile. Chen Si sighed and said, let's do our best. Looking at the brothers, it's obvious that they don't have much confidence. The competition in the Warrior Temple is the most intense. With their cultivation at the beginning stage of the 4th level and 2nd level, it's extremely difficult to enter the top 10. Lin Jialu smiled and said, Haochen, you and Xian Air have to do your best too. The 5 of them reluctantly parted ways and went to their respective temple reporting office to register. When Long Haochen and Lin Xian arrived at the Knights Templars reporting office, they immediately saw Yihua waiting there. Seeing Long Haochen and Lin Xian, Yihua didn't have any expression of surprise. He has confidence in his disciple. Lin Xian has a rose unicorn and her cultivation isn't weak either. It would be weird if she didn't pass the trial. Teacher. Seeing Yihua, Long Haochen immediately went up to him excitedly. Yihua said, let's go and register first. We'll talk after we settle down. You all have 1 day to rest. The preliminary competition will begin the day after tomorrow. His expression was a little serious. The registration is very simple. You just have to hand in your token, get a new Knights Templars competition token, and complete the registration. If you don't complete the trial task, your token will definitely be taken back by the examiner. Therefore, you just have to verify the authenticity of the token. After the registration, Yihua brought Long Haochen and Lin Xian to a hotel near the Great Trial Field arranged by Knights Templars. After checking in, he directly brought them to his own room. The competition this time will be very intense. You all have to be mentally prepared. Yihua said with a gloomy face. Lin Xian and Long Haochen looked at each other, and their hearts trembled at the same time. Yihua said in a deep voice, I've asked around. This time, there are at least 100 people who pass the trial and can participate in the preliminary competition of Knights Templars. The exact number will depend on the final registration tomorrow. However, among the people who have already registered, there are already 3 Earth Knight. What? Lin Xian cried out in surprise. Earth Knight, a rank 5 Earth Knight? That's an existence that's almost the same as Yi Hua's cultivation. Moreover, once one's cultivation reaches rank 5, their spiritual power will gradually liquefy, and the power of all their skills will greatly increase. Although the Earth Knight and the Great Knight only have a difference of one word, the difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. Compared to Lin Xian's shock, Long Haochen was much calmer. Although he also had a shocked expression on his face, the determination in his eyes didn't change. Chapter 21. Calm down. Yi Hua glared at Lin Xian. The Monster Hunters tournament gathers all the elites of the Temple League. What's so strange about an Earth Knight appearing? Almost every tournament has one. Don't forget, we, the Knights Templars, are the head of the 6th Temple. It's not only our Knight Temple that has experts of the 5th step, the other temples also have experts of the 5th step. It can be understood that the final stage of the Demon Hunt trials is the competition for the top 10, which is practically the stage for experts of the 5th step. Don't think that just because you are outstanding in Haoyue City, you can do the same here. First, set your mind right. Your task is to enter the top 10 in the preliminary round, and then enter the final stage. You can become a member of the Monster Hunters. Although there were many young powerhouses that appeared in this Demon Hunt selection, Yi Hua wasn't in a rush in his heart. Long Haochen is only 14 years old. He can still participate in the Monster Hunters tournament in the future. This time, he mainly hopes that his precious disciple will come here to gain experience. As for the ranking, that's for the next tournament. If Long Haochen is given another 5 years, the Earth Knight? He will at least be a peak Earth Knight. Of course, Yi Hua will not say this to Long Haochen. He does not want to wear down his disciple's fighting spirit. In a sense, the preliminary round is crueler than the final. The elimination round will be carried out by drawing lot. But the participants who are rank 5 and above will not have to fight in the first 2 rounds. Moreover, the temple will arrange for them to only have the opportunity to meet in the top 10, to ensure that our Knights Templars can get a good ranking in the final stage of the tournament. Therefore, you have to be 120% vigilant, no mistakes can be made, otherwise it is very likely that you will be eliminated in the first round. Yes. Long Haochen and Lin Xian replied respectfully. Yi Hua said, "All right, go back to your rooms and rest. Don't go out before the competition starts. The more you can increase your spiritual power, the higher your chances in the competition." Long Haochen returned to his room, and before he could even start cultivating, Yi Hua followed him. "Teacher." Long Haochen bowed respectfully towards Yi Hua. Yi Hua waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down. "Tell me what happened during your trial this time." Long Haochen naturally didn't hide anything. He recounted how they had killed the Luke tribe, the Earth Ho tribe, and finally the jade-green dual-bladed demons in detail. After that, he did not hide the fact that he met Lin Xian and the violent priest Sima Xian. After hearing Long Haochen say that they had successfully killed the dark green dual-blade demons, Yi Hua couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. However, his smile soon turned into anger. "Idiot, who told you to promise that guy? You've been cheated." Long Haochen was startled and said, "Teacher, Lin Xian seemed to be quite sincere. Also, the pill he gave me was really not bad." Yi Hua slapped his forehead and sighed softly. "You are still too young, child. Do you think that your chances of getting into the top 3 are not high? It doesn't matter even if you promise him?" Long Haochen didn't say anything, but he knew that he did have such thoughts at that time. What should I say about you? Since he has insight technique, he must have seen through your age and cultivation. You are only 14 years old. If you can't get into the top 3 this time, can't you make it into the top 3 next time? I dare to say that the kid is definitely not more than 20 years old, and can also participate in the next selection. Also, I'm afraid that his magic level isn't as simple as just being bad. Long Haochen lowered his head. "I'm sorry, teacher. I was wrong." Yihua took a deep breath. Forget it, I've already promised him. What else can I do? A man's promise is worth 1,000 gold. Let me take a look at the pill he gave you. Long Houchen hurriedly took out the 3 types of pills and the energy pill from the forget-me-not and handed them to Yihua. That kid has a bit of conscience. These are all rank 4 pills. I'm afraid that these few bottles can't be bought even with 100,000 gold coins. If they were really made by him, even if his magic is bad, he can still be your teammate. Keep it well and work hard these 2 days. The goal I set for you is very simple: enter the finals. The Monster Hunters selection does not have any audience, because the future members of the Monster Hunters will all have to face the demons. Their information must be kept secret. Therefore, for ordinary people, although they know that there is such a grand event, they don't know the process and the result. Long Houchen's number is 97, which is the same as his innate internal spiritual energy number. Lin Xian's number is 98. The day of the competition finally arrived. Early in the morning, Yihua brought the 2 of them to the Sanctuary Alliance's Great Trial Field. The entire Great Trial Field was built with the 6th temple in mind. Therefore, the 6 Great Trial Fields also belong to the 6th temple. Long Houchen and the others reported directly to the Night Trial Field with their number. As their teacher, Yihua showed the introduction letter given by the Consul of Haoyue City and the confirmation letter from the Night Palace of Haoyue City. Of course, each city can only send 1 teacher for each profession. When they reported yesterday, they had already completed the Bone Age test. Therefore, they can directly enter after checking their number. Brother Yihua, we meet again. Gui Ying and Gui Wu, the father and son, happened to report behind Long Houchen and the others. Yihua's eyes turned cold and said indifferently, "You better pray that your son doesn't meet Houchen." After saying this, he brought Long Houchen and Lin Xian inside. Gui Ying said coldly, "The one who should be worried is you." Yihua stopped and said without turning his head, "Also, wash your face clean so that my hands won't be dirted." You! Gui Ying's face was filled with anger and he almost exploded. However, Yihua had already brought Long Houchen and Lin Xian inside. The great trial field of the Covenant Alliance was not open air. Every trial field had a huge dome 20 meters above it, covering the trial field that was 300 meters in diameter below it. If one looked down from the sky, they would be able to see the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field as 6 huge semicircular protrusions. As soon as they entered the night trial field, a strong wave of magic elements hit them in the face. The magic elements here seemed to be close to being solid. Although they weren't aggressive, they brought a kind of invisible pressure to them. On the dome above, they could vaguely see many huge magic symbols. Complicated magic arrays could be seen everywhere. They obviously had different functions. In the center of the great trial field, there was a huge square with a diameter of 200 meters. The ground was covered with yellow soil. It was said that there was also a big magic array under the yellow soil. No matter how the yellow soil was damaged, it could be restored in a short period of time. Around the square, there was a circle of stands. Among them, the tallest stand was particularly prominent. It was the platform of the great trial field. Such a strong wave of magic elements! Lin Xian exclaimed. Yihua said, "The magic array of this great trial field is enough to withstand the attack of a 9th-grade professional. How can the wave of magic elements not be strong?" Under the guidance of the staff of the great trial field, they came to the contestants' area and sat down. At this time, there were already many people. The contestants were all dressed in martial attire and looked very heroic. Not long after, the dome of the great trial field suddenly lit up. A huge circle of golden halo spread out from the dome. Because there was no audience, the surroundings of the great trial field seemed a little empty. However, there were already more than 10 people on the platform. However, because the platform was a little too high, it was difficult to see the situation on the platform from below. A powerful voice sounded from the platform. The report is over. The preliminary round of the Monster Hunters trial has officially begun. I hope the contestants from each city will try their best. The rules of the competition state that you cannot intentionally injure your opponent. If one party dies, the other party will also be judged to have lost. The branch of the city will be held responsible. The preliminary round will be an elimination round. Today will be the first round. 138 people have reported in. 4 fifth-grade contestants will have a bye in the first 2 rounds. The drawing of lots will begin. All contestants get ready. It was unknown how this great trial field was controlled. In the middle of the dome, a huge golden ball of light slowly appeared. Then, a large number of numbers began to shine on the ball of light. Lin Xian murmured, "Such a famous monster hunter's trial is actually so simple. There is also no opening ceremony." Yi Hua said indifferently, "This is a competition to select talents. It is not a show. Why do we need a ceremony? There are more than 130 people participating in the competition. There will be more than 60 matches on the first day. It is a waste of time. When will the competition be over?" While they were talking, the flashing numbers on the golden ball of light in the sky suddenly stopped. 2 huge numbers turned into halos and shot in the air. First match, number 29 against number 97. Both parties enter the arena. Those who do not enter the arena within 10 breaths will be judged to have lost. Number 97? Long Haochen was shocked. "Isn't that me?" Yi Hua and Lin Xian were shocked as well. No one expected that Long Haochen would be the first one to be picked. The other contestants in the surroundings all turned their gazes towards Long Haochen, who looked so young yet so handsome. Yi Hua had already reacted. He said hurriedly, "Deal with it calmly and steadily." "Okay." Long Haochen replied. He didn't dare to delay and had already walked out with large strides. He walked down the stairs and entered the competition field. Long Haochen's opponent was a young man who wore a full set of silver armor. He looked to be around 20 years old. Like him, he was also a guardian knight. He held a shield in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right. As the two of them entered the arena, a middle-aged man who wore a white outfit also entered the arena. He was obviously the referee of this match. Without any unnecessary words, when the two of them stood in the middle of the arena, about 50 meters away from each other, the referee shouted, "The match begins. You are not allowed to injure your opponent. If one side admits defeat or loses the ability to fight, the match will be considered a loss." Along with the referee's announcement, a layer of golden light enveloped the competition field, isolating the arena from the spectator stands. Just as Long Haochen was about to start his first battle in the Monster Hunters tryouts, in another space. Darkness. This was a pitch-black world. The wind was raging, and the purple moon in the sky was emitting a bewitching radiance. The earth was cracked, and surging magma and poisonous gas could be seen everywhere. In a deep cave, Haoyue was quietly crawling there. Both Light and Fire's eyes were shining with dazzling brilliance. In front of them, the stone ball that they had spent 10,000 gold coins to buy had a crack on it. Traces of green brilliance were constantly spreading out from within the stone ball. Light and Fire were constantly taking deep breaths, swallowing the green brilliance into their stomach. The 3 purple light patterns on their backs were constantly flashing. Their bodies were also emitting a violent and bloody aura. 4 sharp claws were fiercely digging into the ground. Through the crack on the stone ball, one could see that there seemed to be a green sphere inside. The surface of the sphere was actually in the shape of scales. As the green light flickered, one could vaguely see that there seemed to be a lizard-like body inside. And it was precisely this green sphere that was emitting an invisible majesty. That was dragon might. If Lin Xian were to see this green sphere inside the stone ball, he would probably be so regretful that his intestines would turn green. This was shockingly a dragon core. A level 7 pill dragon core. The dragon clan was extremely rare, but each true giant dragon was at least a level 8 powerhouse. The strongest Dragon King was even as high as level 10, equivalent to a human level 9 powerhouse. The biggest problem that plagued the dragon clan was reproduction. They often only had a chance to conceive offspring once every 1,000 years. And the reason why dragon cores were so rare was also related to this. Because dragon cores were dragon eggs that had yet to hatch, formed after 1,000 years of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since it was so difficult for the dragon clan to give birth to offspring, one could imagine how much they cherished their own dragon eggs. Therefore, dragon eggs that could form dragon cores were really too rare. In terms of rarity, it even surpassed some level 8 pills. Dragon cores were useful to both humans and magical beasts. If humans consumed it, then they would directly possess a certain amount of dragon clan bloodline. Their internal and external spiritual energy would explosively increase by at least 300, and the upper limit of external spiritual energy cultivation would also increase to 5,000. Consuming a dragon core was equivalent to possessing the potential to cultivate to at least level 7. And for magical beasts to consume dragon cores, the requirements were much higher. First, they had to have the bloodline of the dragon clan to be able to digest the dragon core. Secondly, their cultivation could not be lower than level 6. Only then would they be able to promote evolution after consuming it, and have the powerful effect of evolving to level 1. What Haoyue was currently absorbing and swallowing was precisely the spiritual energy emitted by the dragon core. And looking at its appearance, it did not seem to be afraid of any backlash from the dragon core. Roar! Little Light let out a low growl. Little Fire looked at it and nodded slightly. Faint purple light emitted from the top of their heads, and each of them actually slowly grew a purple horn. They slightly moved forward, and the horns on their heads pushed forward at the same time. With a paw, they had already embedded themselves into the hard stone shell of the dragon core. The two heads moved in succession. Under their purple horns, the stone shell was actually as fragile as tofu. After a while, a dark green dragon core with the appearance of dragon scales was already revealed. At this moment, Little Light and Little Fire's eyes completely changed, from the original gold and red to a deep purple in an instant. Raising their heads, they looked into the distance, thinking of their companion in the other world. "Big brother, wait for us to return." Little Light abruptly lowered its head, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed that green dragon core into its stomach. In just an instant, intense green flames had already risen from their bodies, and the protrusion on one side of Little Light's neck squirmed violently. A strong desolate aura surged out in an explosive manner. Chapter 22. The first match of the Knights Templars Preliminary Monster Hunters Qualifier, number 97 Long Houchin versus number 29 Young Knight. Following the referee's announcement, the match had officially begun. Number 29 Knight in silver armor heard the referee's announcement and stood on the spot without hesitation. He drew a golden light with his hand and summoned his mount. The knight who could participate in the Monster Hunters Qualifier must be able to break through to the 3rd rank before the age of 20. Therefore, they all had the experience of going to the holy mountain of the night. On the other side, Long Houchin did something that exceeded everyone's expectations. He stood there like a nail and did not summon his mount. He held the shield in his left hand in front of his chest and pointed the heavy sword in his right at an angle to the ground. Surrounding his body, a circle of golden mist rose up. The mist rose up in spirals and looked very strange. The Guardian Knight and Punishment Knight's common skill, ready. Seeing this skill, even the big shots on the rostrum couldn't help but let out a series of soft gasps. This was because the skill ready did not belong to the 4th rank. It could only be learned by the 5th rank Earth Knight or the Sky Knight. As the mist rose up around his body, the radiant shield and light sword in Long Houchin's hands lit up. The dense spiritual energy wave continued to rise. Under the cover of the golden mist, his whole body looked like it was made of gold. In the contestants' resting area, Yi Hua's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He did not teach this skill to Long Haochen. Precisely, even though he was an Earth Knight, he didn't know how to use this skill. Ready was not a normal skill that any knight could master. It was one of the secret skills of the Knights Templars. At this time, Long Haochen's opponent had already summoned his mount. It was a white horse with 4 snow-like hooves. This was the 4th-rank Snow Spirit horse. The biggest characteristic of the Snow Spirit horse was its fast speed. It could run as if it was flying. Moreover, it had 2 innate skills of the ice attribute. Amongst magical beasts of the 4th rank, it was considered a high-level existence. Number 29 was dumbfounded when he saw the mist rising around Long Haochen. What kind of skill is this? He didn't recognize the ability Long Haochen was using at all. Among the knight's secret skills, the ready skill was one of the more useless ones. Therefore, even if a knight accumulated a certain amount of merit points, very few people would choose to learn this skill. Naturally, number 29 was very cautious in the face of a skill he did not recognize. He leaped up and mounted his Snow Spirit horse, but he did not charge at Long Haochen immediately. The Snow Spirit horse dashed to the side. Long Haochen did not seem to notice him at all. He stood there motionlessly, not even turning around. However, the golden light on his body continued to grow stronger. In just a few breaths, number 29 had already circled to Long Haochen's side. Seeing that his opponent hadn't even moved, a strong sense of unease instantly rose in his heart. He finally chose to charge. The Snow Spirit horse seemed to emit a faint layer of white mist. Its speed suddenly increased. Like a ray of white light, it charged at Long Haochen from the side. Number 29 raised the heavy sword in his hand. The aura of faith and the blessing of protection were applied to his body. At the same time, the heavy sword in his hand also lit up. The golden light flickered, and the spiritual energy on the edge of the sword flickered, showing that he was at the 4th rank. Seeing that he was less than 10 meters away from Long Haochen, the Snow Spirit horse suddenly turned to the side. When it was still 5 meters away from Long Haochen, it changed direction. The heavy sword in his hand slashed through the air. A blade of light shot out from the sword. It was the light-severing sword. It went straight for Long Haochen's side. Because he didn't know what skill Long Haochen was going to use, Knight 29 first launched a probing attack out of caution. However, even if it was a probing attack, he still used his advantage as much as possible. Mist surged under the Snow Spirit horse's feet as it floated towards Long Haochen. This was the Snow Spirit horse's innate skill, Ice Mist. It had the effect of reducing the opponent's speed and attack power. If it met an opponent with a lower cultivation, it could even freeze the opponent. At this moment, Long Haochen, who had been standing still all this time, finally moved. He turned halfway and raised his shield. With a clang, the light-severing sword fiercely slashed at the radiant shield in Long Haochen's hand. A layer of golden light instantly flashed on Long Haochen's body. Divine block. In the next second, Long Haochen's light-severing sword, which had been completely dyed gold, slashed out. It was also a light-severing sword. The same skill, when used by different people, had completely different effects. The light-severing sword that Knight 29 slashed out was only a faint gold color, which was the normal color that a normal light-severing sword could display. However, Long Haochen's sword slashed out was a bright gold color. The bright gold light blade was more than twice the size of his opponent's light-severing sword. The ice mist in front of him seemed to have been cut open, and it slashed out along both sides of Long Haochen's body. The bright gold light blade's angle of calculation was perfect, and it was just in the path that the Snow Spirit horse had to pass through. Number 29 turned pale with fright. He ducked down to block the dazzling golden blade of light. For a knight, his mount was his second life. Seeing that Long Haochen's light-severing sword was far from what he knew, how could he not feel the danger? Bang! The shield, along with Knight 29's arm, ruthlessly smashed into the Snow Spirit horse's neck. The snow spirit horse let out a mournful cry, and its body, which was originally charging forward, suddenly fell to the side. Knight 29 had already used all his strength to block the attack. He was indeed worthy of being an elite that could participate in the Monster Hunters selection competition. At the crucial moment, he still had the time to use a holy light seeping shield. However, the power of Long Houchen's attack was too great, and it had completely exceeded the scope of the light-severing sword. The holy light seeping shield was instantly destroyed, and a large crack appeared on Knight 29's shield. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. Charge. Long Houchen fully displayed the essence of being as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He used all his strength to charge towards his opponent like a golden lightning bolt. The snow spirit horse was indeed a godly steed. In this situation, it was still barely able to stabilize its body, and it staggered a few steps forward. Although its body was already slanting, it did not directly fall. Unfortunately, at this moment, Long Houchen arrived. Shield to block charge. Number 29 slashed out with his heavy sword in an attempt to block Long Houchen's attack. However, he was already injured from that attack. His left arm, which was holding the shield, was completely numb. This greatly affected his attack power. Clang. The heavy sword was lifted up by the radiant shield. Then, the radiant shield ruthlessly smashed into the side of the snow spirit horse. Bang! The snow spirit horse, along with Knight 29, fell to the ground. Because of the momentum, it even slid a few meters forward. Long Houchen used the recoil from the collision to stop his feet and change his direction. In a flash, he appeared in front of his opponent. He pointed his heavy sword at his opponent's chest armor. Knight 29 seemed to be in a daze. The snow spirit horse had fallen to the ground, and in addition to the previous collision, it had suffered some light injuries. More importantly, its owner no longer had any strength to resist. The reason why Knight 29 was in a daze was because he never thought that he would be defeated so quickly. Moreover, his opponent was a youth that was obviously much younger than him. What was even more unacceptable was that his opponent didn't even have to summon his mount before the match was over. First match, Knight 97 wins. Knight 29 is out. The referee had appeared in front of the two of them and made the decision in a low voice. Long Houchen sheathed his sword and stood up. He gave Knight 29 and the referee a knight salute before walking towards the resting area. From start to finish, the match didn't even take a minute. Many of the spectating knights didn't even see what had happened before the match was over. Long Houchen, who was handsome but looked very young, completely won. When Long Houchen walked back to the resting area, the knights' gazes towards him had changed. Among the 10 or so people sitting on the rostrum, an old man sitting in the center nodded. "This kid isn't bad. I just don't know what his mount is." Another old man beside him said, "He seems to have a ring of inheritance on his hand. Looks like this year's qualifier is going to be worth watching. Those rank 5 kids haven't even appeared yet, but we've already seen charging and divine block. Interesting." The old man in the center smiled and said, "Skills aren't the key. The key is to be calm." From the moment the match started, Knight 97 was already scheming against his opponent. That Knight 29 probably doesn't even know about charging. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not attacked at the first instance. For the ready skill, the longer it took to accumulate spiritual energy, the more powerful it would be. However, it can only be used once, and it has to be used within 3 seconds of the charging time. Otherwise, all the accumulated spiritual energy would be wasted. The old man beside him smiled and said, "That's right. This kid even borrowed the light's vengeance from divine block to increase the power of the light severing sword by another level. That strike already has the attack power of an Earth Knight rank 4 or 5. He looks like he's not even 20 years old. I can already see the leader of our Knights Templars participating in the qualifier in 5 years. Go and ask which city that kid is from." "Yes." A middle-aged man sitting in the row behind them replied respectfully and left quietly. Long Houchin, you're amazing. Seeing that Long Houchin won, Lin Xian was even happier than if she won herself. She hugged him and kissed his face, causing Long Houchin to blush. Yihua said expressionlessly, "You exposed yourself too early. Even if you didn't use Divine Block, that Knight 29 shouldn't be your opponent. His cultivation shouldn't be higher than a rank 4 Great Knight." Long Houchin smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, I forgot to tell you how Yue has some matters to attend to." He went back to his own space. Yihua was startled. How Yue isn't here? Why did he leave at such a crucial moment? Hasn't he always been very attached to you? Long Houchin said, "He left because of the stone orb that I mentioned to you before. He seemed to value the item inside the stone orb very much, so he brought it back to his own space." Yihua frowned. "No wonder you would make such a choice. You are confusing your opponents so that they won't know what your true cultivation is. In the later stages of the competition, they will have to be wary of the mount that you can release at any time. This is also good. Without a mount, you can train your own abilities better. However, the later stages of the competition will probably be a bit more difficult. The qualifier will be even crueler than the finals. In the following stages, your opponents will become stronger and stronger. You might even face a rank 5 opponent. You have to be mentally prepared." Long Houchin nodded his head resolutely. "Teacher, I will definitely enter the top 10. Yihua said, "Alright, you can go back and train first." Long Houchin originally wanted to watch Lin Xian's competition before leaving. After hearing what Yihua said, he was a bit dazed. Yihua said indifferently, "There's no need to watch the next stages of the competition. Combat experience has to be gained through actual combat. Just watching is useless. Moreover, today is only the first day. You don't have to worry about Xian Air. She has the Rose Unicorn. If she can't even pass the first stage, I think Fatty Nalen can also step down." Just as they were talking, the second stage of the competition had already started. Just like what Yihua said, because there were a lot of competitions on the first day, it was very tight. The referee was still the same referee as before. Long Houchin looked at Lin Xian apologetically, then he left his seat and returned to the hotel. Walking out of the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, Long Houchin let out a long sigh. Although he seemed to have won easily, he was actually very nervous. This battle not only allowed him to pass the first round, but it also gave him a certain amount of confidence. It was a bit cloudy today. The sky was gloomy, and it seemed that it might rain at any time. Long Houchin looked at the sky and walked towards the hotel where he was staying. The effect of the elixir given to him by Lin Xian was excellent. He had already taken 4 elixirs that could increase his internal spiritual power by 10 points every day. Sure enough, as the introduction of the elixir said, it had an excellent effect on increasing his internal spiritual power during his daily training. However, for Long Houchin, the elixir didn't increase his internal spiritual power by 10 points, but more. As for how much more, he didn't know, but after taking this elixir to train, the internal spiritual power that he increased was at least twice as much as his usual training. In just a few days' time, in addition to the potential that he got from killing the dark green dual-bladed demons, Long Houchin's internal spiritual power had already broken through the 1750 mark. He could be sure that he was now a genuine level 9 Great Knight. At the last level of every rank, the spiritual power needed was the largest. For example, for a level 4 Great Knight, he only needed 150 points of spiritual power for the first 9 levels, but at the last level, he needed 250 points of spiritual power to break through from level 9 to Earth Knight. Yihua set a goal for Long Houchin, and he also set a goal for himself. His goal was to strive to get into the top 10 of the finals, not the top 10 of the preliminary round. However, Long Houchin also felt that it was a pity. If Hao Yue was there, He was confident that he could get a good result in the finals. But now, he could only rely on himself. As he walked towards the hotel, Long Houchen was thinking about what tactics he should use in the next round. At this moment, he heard a strange sound. Talk, 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 talk. Subconsciously looking up, Long Houchen saw a person. To be precise, it was a young girl. The young girl had long purple hair, which was simply tied at the back of her head. She wore a black scarf on her face, which covered her face. Both of her eyes were exposed, but they were grayish-white, without any spirit. That strange talk sound was produced by the continuous tapping of the green bamboo cane in her hand on the ground. The young girl was a little shorter than Long Houchen, and even looked a little thin. She used the green bamboo cane to probe forward, while moving forward carefully. Looking at her, it seemed that it was very strenuous for her. "Little girl, where are you going? Let me help you." Long Houchen walked a few steps quickly, came to the side of the young girl, and asked with some concern. Looking at the young girl's lifeless eyes, Long Houchen felt sad in his heart. If a person lost their eyes, then, to them, there was only one color in the world. This was such a tragic thing. Looking at the girl's appearance, Long Houchen's compassion was immediately aroused. As Long Houchen spoke, he switched the sword to his left hand, and used his right hand to support the young girl's green bamboo cane. The young girl stopped walking. Suddenly, Long Houchen, who was standing beside her, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, and almost subconsciously let go of the green bamboo cane in his hand. "No need." The young girl's voice was a little cold, but it was not the kind of coldness that Yihua had. Yihua was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. However, the feeling that this young girl gave Long Houchen was a kind of coldness that was close to deathly stillness. It was as if there was not even a little bit of vitality in her. "Let me help you, I will send you home." Long Houchen tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. "I said no need," the young girl said coldly, and then continued walking forward. Long Houchen stood where he was, looking at the young girl's gradually disappearing figure. He suddenly felt a little depressed in his heart. He didn't know if it was because he didn't help the young girl, or if it was something else. Lightly shaking his head, Long Houchen sighed in his heart. The forget-me-not ring on his hand flashed with blue light, and the light sword of the radiant shield was stored in it. Then, he strode towards his hotel. Just at the moment when he put away his weapon, the young girl who was walking forward with difficulty in front of him suddenly stopped, and suddenly turned around. "Hey!" The young girl called softly, and in her voice, the coldness seemed to have weakened a little. Long Houchen was going in the same direction as her, and just happened to pass by her. Hearing her call, he immediately stopped. The young girl raised her right hand and handed it to Long Houchen. "Can I trouble you to send me home?" Long Houchen was a little dazed by the young girl's change, and subconsciously responded, "Okay." As he said that, he raised his left hand, and held the young girl's very slender white hand. The young girl's hand was very soft like soft tofu, and her 5 slender white fingers, as if carved out of beautiful jade. Holding it in his palm, there was suddenly a warm feeling, and that kind of comfort was something Long Houchen had never felt before. The young girl held Long Houchen's hand, and her soft and delicate fingers gently rubbed the forget-me-not ring on Long Houchen's left hand's middle finger. Long Houchen's face was a little red, and he had already reached the age of first awakening of love. Holding the young girl's soft little hand, his heartbeat unconsciously sped up. The young girl was wearing a veil, and the expression on her face couldn't be seen, but the moment she touched the forget-me-not ring, her other hand subconsciously clenched, and her delicate body slightly tensed. Because of that strange feeling in his heart, Long Houchen's perception plummeted, and he unexpectedly didn't notice the subtle change in the young girl's mood. "Where do you live?" Long Houchen forced himself to calm down and asked the young girl. The young girl said, "Go forward 76 feet, turn right 38 feet, and then turn left 23 feet, and you'll arrive." Long Houchen's heart moved, and he wasn't surprised because of the young girl's accurate grasp of the distance, but because he felt even more pity for her. She could judge the distance so accurately, so how much effort did she put in? At this moment, the softest part of his heart was fiercely touched. Subconsciously, he held the young girl's hand tightly, and slowly walked forward. The two of them walked forward quietly, very slowly, but for some reason, Long Houchen felt a little warm in his heart. This was the first time he was holding a girl's hand while walking, and even though he was helping her, he had a feeling that he wanted to continue walking like this. The young girl's aura was very cold, but she was very quiet and steady, following Long Houchen's lead step by step. Her long purple hair was blown by the light breeze, and Long Houchen seemed to feel a bit of gentleness. What's your name?" the young girl suddenly asked. "Ah." Long Houchen was startled, and hurriedly moved his gaze away from the young girl's face. Even though he knew that the young girl couldn't see, he still felt a little embarrassed at this moment. "My name is Long Houchen. What about you?" "My name is Kai, the young girl said softly, and her voice was so soft that only Long Houchen could hear it. "What a nice name. Kai, is your home in Holy City?" Kai gently shook her head and said, "I live in a city to the east of the Alliance. Not here. I'm here to take care of some matters." Long Houchen frowned and said, "What about your family? How can they be at ease with you coming out alone?" Kai lightly said, "I can take care of myself." Looking at her pair of lifeless eyes, Long Houchen felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak for a moment. Kai didn't hear Long Houchen's voice for a while, and turned in his direction in surprise. "What's wrong?" Long Houchen lightly shook his head. "It's nothing." He almost blurted out that he would take care of her, but in the end, he held back, because he didn't have the ability or the qualifications to do so, and it would be too presumptuous. But from the bottom of his heart, he felt sorry for Kai, who had lost her sight in front of him. Kai stopped in her tracks, and Long Houchen, who was a little depressed, stopped as well. "What's wrong?" Long Houchen looked at her. Kai said, "I'm here." Long Houchen was shocked, and only then did he realize that he was supposed to be leading Kai, but now it seemed that she was leading him. "Sorry, Long Houchen said embarrassedly. Kai gently shook her head, and gently pulled her hand out of his grasp. "Thank you." Long Houchen looked up, and it was also a hotel, and it was very close to the one he was staying at. "I'll walk you in," Long Houchen said. Kai shook her head again. "No need, I can do it." Long Houchen scratched his head. "Goodbye. Be careful." Although he knew that Kai couldn't see, he still waved at her, and then left for his hotel. Kai didn't directly return to the hotel, but stood there quietly, facing the direction that Long Houchen left, and her lips, hidden under the veil, outlined a shallow arc. "It's really him. That fool. Yes. It's been a few years, how could he recognize me? Back then, I lost the ability to taste and speak, and now I have lost my sight. Long Houchen, Long Houchen." After making sure that she remembered the name, she slowly tightened the hand that was previously held by Long Houchen, tapped the ground with her green bamboo cane, and returned to the hotel. Long Houchen returned to his room, but the appearance of the blind girl from before lingered in his mind for a long time. Even though he sat cross-legged, he couldn't enter a meditative state for a long time. It seems that choosing to protect the night was really the right choice. In this world, there are too many people that need to be protected. Long Houchen sighed softly, and took a pill that Lin Xian gave him, calmed his mind, and slowly entered a state of cultivation. The first day of the preliminaries of the Monster Hunter's preliminaries had begun. When Long Houchen returned to the hotel to rest, more contestants were still in full swing. Just on the first day of the competition, half of the contestants had already left, and were eliminated. In the trial field of the Magic Temple, Lin Xian was leisurely sitting in the resting area, watching the competition in the field. He wasn't nervous at all and sat there, observing the contestants around him. He was sitting in the first row of the contestants, but there were only two people beside him, a man and a woman. "Are you two interested in the pill?" Lin Xian asked the man and woman beside him with a smile. The two young magicians looked at him with a doubtful expression, and there was a hint of wariness in their eyes. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You two, let's get to know each other. My name is Lin Xian, and I'm from Imei City. Speaking of which, we're all 5th grade magicians, so let's be friends. Anyway, with our strength, entering the top 10 is no problem at all. Apart from being a magician, I'm also a potion apothecary. Look, this is the pill that I've refined." As he spoke, Lin Xian took out a crystal bottle from his pocket and shook it, but his eyes were filled with slyness. In his heart, he muttered, "I'm invincible when I have medicine." The trial field of the Temple of the Priest. Bang! Sima Xian swung the heavy staff in his hand, and ruthlessly smashed his opponent into the air. Immediately after, a hammer of holy light flew out and floated above his opponent's head. Admit defeat. His opponent was a very pale young man, who looked at Sima Xian in disbelief. Are you a priest or a warrior? Referee, this isn't fair." Whether it was the priest rest area or the big shots on the platform of the Temple of the Priest's trial field, they all had an incredulous look on their faces. "If you don't admit defeat, I'll smash you." The hammer of holy light lowered slightly. I admit defeat." Sima Xian retracted the staff in his hand and slammed it on the ground, making a dull thud. Even the referee's expression changed. However, Sima Xian rubbed his big bald head and walked to the rest area without looking back. The trial field of the warrior temple. Chen Chun stood there with a bitter look on his face. He could not believe what he had just seen. Although he did not have much hope of advancing to the next round, he did not have much hope. However, he had suffered such a crushing defeat in the first round. How could he feel good about it? More importantly, he had been defeated by a shield warrior. It was not that he could not break through his opponent's defense, but that his opponent had met his attack with an attack. It only took a total of 3 moves for him to admit defeat. The shield warrior opposite Chen Chen was a young girl. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with long black hair combed into a neat ponytail and a slender figure. She had a heroic air about her. If one were to look at her appearance, no one would have thought that this slender girl was a warrior. However, beside her, there was a huge tower shield that was 1.8 meters tall and 1.2 meters wide. It was as big as a bedboard. This was her only weapon. This thing, which looked to be no less than 250 kilograms, had been wielded by her like an extension of her arm when she faced Chen Chen earlier, flying up and down. On the platform of the warrior temple trial field, a majestic old man was dumbfounded. Is this girl a shield warrior or a berserker? Oh no, why do I feel like she's more of an axe warrior? Did you guys see that? The tower shield just now looked like a heavy axe? Who taught this little monster? The first day of the preliminary round of the Monster Hunters trial lasted until the evening before it ended. The last to finish was not the warrior temple, which had the largest number of participants, but the magic temple. After the first round of elimination, the judges of the major temple who could sit on the platform had a common opinion. There were monsters every year, but there were especially many this year. In just one day of the competition, there were many strange characters. Rumor had it that a Tier 4 summoner from the Soul Temple had used some unknown method to summon a level 8 three-headed hellhound. The hellhound's opponent had fainted from fright. However, the elites of the 6 major temple participants were not in the mood to investigate this information at this time. All of them hurried back to their residences to rest. The cruelty of the preliminary round was not only the elimination round. More importantly, it was the continuous competition. No matter when one's first day of competition ended, they had to continue on the second day. This was also a great test of the participants' recovery ability. The pale golden airflow rotated slowly, and the milky white three-legged spiritual stove in the core emitted a white light that was getting stronger and stronger. The pale golden internal spiritual power gathered from his limbs and bones to the funnel-shaped vortex in his chest, and then spread out along with the vortex to the rest of his body. All of his meridians showed a pale golden luster. Long Houchen had been practicing for a day since he came back yesterday morning. When he was in a state of cultivation, he absorbed the aura of heaven and earth to replenish his body. His need for food was very low, and he only ate a little last night. Except for that short period of time, he had been practicing for almost a day and a night. Under the stimulation of the medicine, even Long Houchen himself was shocked by the speed of the growth of his internal spiritual power. In just one day, his internal spiritual power had increased by at least 20 points. At this speed, he would have the opportunity to reach level 5 in 10 days at most. Of course, there would be a bottleneck in level 5, but it was hard to say how long it would take to break through the bottleneck. From the beginning until now, with the Son of Light constitution, Long Houchen had never encountered a real bottleneck. Long Houchen, it's time to go. There was a knock on the door, and Lin Xian's voice came from outside. The golden light converged, and the white light on his chest disappeared. Long Houchen woke up from his state of cultivation. Coming. When he opened the door, the first thing Long Houchen saw was Lin Xian's excited smile. "Sister, you won yesterday, right?" Long Houchen immediately guessed the reason for her excitement. Lin Xian nodded. "I won. It was easy but not as fast as you." Jia Lu also passed the first round, but unfortunately, Chen Si and Chen Chen both. Long Houchen was shocked. Big brother Chen and second brother Chen both lost. Lin Xian sighed and said, "The competition in the warrior temple is even more intense than here. Those who can participate are almost all level 4 and above, and it is easier said than done to break through. Let's go and eat something. We still have to work hard for the second round today. After this round, there will only be 30 people left. Every round of the competition will be more difficult. Brother, you can't be careless. You will definitely make it into the top 10. After a simple meal, they met up with Yi Hua, and the three of them went to the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field again. Yi Hua looked at Long Houchen, whose eyes were filled with light, and nodded in his heart. This child must have been cultivating after going back yesterday, or else he wouldn't be so energetic. I hope that my luck today will be as good as yesterday, and I will be able to participate in the competition earlier. After the first day of competition, the number of knight who entered the trial field today was instantly reduced by half. Although the number of people was reduced, the atmosphere was obviously more tense. After yesterday's competition, these young elites who participated in the competition all saw the cruelty of the competition. All of them were eager to fight, and at the same time, they were also cautiously observing the potential opponents around them. After all, no one knew what the result of the draw would be. Long Houchen was the first to compete yesterday, hence, the knight who participated in the competition naturally paid more attention to him. And Long Houchen was also observing, but he was only observing one person. As soon as they entered the resting area, Long Houchen saw the knight. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. This young man was tall, and he was at least 1.9 meters tall. He had broad shoulders and a head of short golden hair that stood up on the top of his head like steel needles. His handsome face was filled with masculinity, and the lines on his face looked like they were chiseled with knives and axes. He didn't wear armor but a black outfit. After entering the resting area, he directly sat down in the middle of the first row. Such a calm demeanor. Long Houchen was secretly shocked. Although this young man looked to be in his 20s, he gave off a feeling that he was as steady as a mountain and as heavy as a mountain. Especially that serious gaze of his, there was actually not a bit of emotion. After sitting down, his back was perfectly straight, but he didn't move at all, as if he was still there. "Teacher, who is that person?" Long Houchen asked Yi Hua, who was beside him, in a low voice. Chapter 23. Seeing that young man, Yi Hua's face was also filled with awe. I don't know him, but he is definitely a rank 5. According to the rules of the competition, only rank 5 contestants can sit in the first row. This time, our Knights Templars have a total of 4 rank 5 contestants. He should be one of them. The rank 5 contestants are absent for the first 2 rounds. The other 3 didn't come, but he came to watch the competition. This person is very scary, you better pray that you don't meet him in the competition. Listening to his teacher's words, Long Haochen's eyes gradually changed, becoming as sharp as a knife. Usually, his eyes were very gentle, only when he held a weapon would there be such a change. But at this moment the stubbornness in his heart was stimulated. Firm, sharp, in an instant Long Haochen's whole body was like an unsheathed sharp sword. "Teacher, I want to challenge him," Long Haochen said in a deep voice. Yi Hua was stunned. Just when he was about to say something, the sitting young man in black seemed to feel Long Haochen's gaze, and slowly turned his head. When he saw Long Haochen, his eyes obviously showed a bit of surprise. Not sure if he was surprised by Long Haochen's age or his handsome appearance. He slightly raised his head, and a strong desire to fight suddenly burst out from his deep eyes. Long Haochen stood there without moving, but there was not a bit of fear in his eyes. Their eyes collided in the air, as if sparks were going to be ignited. The corner of the young man's mouth gradually curved, and his lips moved towards Long Haochen's direction. Then, he turned back. "What is he saying?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. Long Haochen said in a deep voice, he said, "He is waiting for my challenge." Taking a deep breath, Long Haochen slowly sat down. At this moment, he only felt like there was a ball of fire burning in his heart. This was the desire to fight. Since coming to the holy city, it was the first time he felt such a strong desire to fight. His spiritual power was innately different from that of ordinary people, and his perception was extremely strong. He could clearly feel that the young man in black was very strong, very strong. The feeling that the young man gave him was even stronger than Yi Hua. However, the more pressure he felt, the more intense Long Haochen's fighting spirit became. At this moment, the same powerful voice as yesterday came from the rostrum. After a day of competition, only half of the contestants are left. In yesterday's match, some of the contestants didn't lose in terms of strength, but in terms of themselves, carelessness and sloppiness. If such attitudes were displayed on the battlefield, not only would they lose, but they would also stay there forever. So, I hope you can remember the lessons of those losers. No one would pity the losers. Only the winners would cheer for them. The competition will continue on the second day. It will still be an elimination competition. Let's begin. The huge golden ball of light slowly appeared on the dome again. Everyone's eyes instantly froze as the numbers changed rapidly. The emotions of all the contestants fluctuated accordingly. Soon, 2 numbers appeared in the air. 2 knights immediately appeared on the battlefield, and the new competition began. Today, Long Haochen wasn't as lucky as yesterday. For 3 consecutive matches, his and Lin Xian's numbers did not appear. Long Haochen sat there motionlessly, his body flickering with a faintly discernible golden light. Gui Wu, who was sitting not far from him, curled his lips in disdain. "What's the use of sharpening your spear at the last minute? He's actually meditating here. Isn't he afraid of his cultivation going berserk and the spiritual power in his body collapsing?" Gui Ying coldly glanced at his son. "I'm already starting to pray that you don't meet him." Gui Wu was stunned for a moment. "Dad, how can you boost the prestige of others and destroy your own ambition? Although his strength isn't bad, he doesn't have a mount. I'm not that idiot from yesterday." Gui Ying's expression became more and more unsightly. "Although your talent isn't bad, you're too impetuous. It's all my fault for spoiling you too much since you were young. No one's success comes from luck. In such a chaotic environment, even if I let you meditate, will you be able to enter a meditative state?" Gui Wu froze. That's right. The atmosphere of the competition was so intense and the pressure was so great. How could he calm his heart? However, that brat had done it. Gui Ying's gaze fell on Long Houchen's hand. In yesterday's battle, he had clearly seen Long Houchen use the two secret skills, power accumulation and divine block. Inheritance ring. This young man must have some other background. With Yi Hua's cultivation, it was simply impossible for him to possess an inheritance ring. Even Yi Hua himself might not know a skill like divine block. In reality, the reason why Long Houchen was able to possess such a cultivation at such a young age, other than his talent, was because of his extraordinary perseverance and hard work. It wasn't scary for a person to have talent. What was scary was that he had perseverance while possessing talent. Simply put, ever since Long Houchen had started training with his father, he had practically never slept. He had always used training as a substitute. It could be said that he had not truly rested for the past 5 years. Regardless of whether it was his father's request or Yi Hua's request, he was able to complete them all. The hellish training had forged his tenacious willpower. His talent was also gradually developed through this perseverance. Number 98, number 46 enter the arena. As the golden light screen changed, a new match was about to begin. Lin Xian's spirit was lifted. She stood up, took a deep breath, and strode toward the arena. Today, she was going to enter the arena earlier than Long Houchen. When Long Houchen, who had been quietly training, heard the number 98, he slowly opened his eyes and ended his short meditation. Lin Xian's opponent was a muscular knight. Just like what the voice from the rostrum said when the match began, on the second day of the preliminary round, no one would be careless because of their opponent's appearance. Even though his opponent was the female knight, the muscular number 46 young knight still had a cautious look on his face. As the referee announced the start of the match, both sides summoned their mounts at the same time. The rose unicorn would always be the center of attention, no matter where it appeared. It wasn't just because of its strength, but also because of its beauty. Under the color of the rose, Lin Xian's already beautiful face looked even more attractive. She jumped onto the horse and pointed her swords diagonally to the ground. The thick, pale golden spiritual power quickly merged with the fiery red light emitted by the rose unicorn. Seeing Lin Xian, who was riding on the rose unicorn, Long Houchen let out a soft sound of surprise. Yi Hua looked at Long Houchen confusedly. What's wrong? He knew that this disciple of his was abnormal, especially that amazing perception. In actual combat, he could always observe places that ordinary people couldn't. Long Houchen said in a low voice, "Big Sister's rose seems to have evolved." Yi Hua was shocked. "You mean level 6? Long Houchen nodded his head lightly. His eyes were filled with excitement. Rose had evolved to the beginner level 6. This meant that Lin Xian's possibility of entering the top 10 had greatly increased. Yi Hua also revealed a hint of surprise. Long Houchen had left early yesterday, but he had watched all the matches. Although some magical beast mounts with great potential had appeared during the matches, they were all still in their infancy stage. Not a single magical beast mount had been able to break through to level 6 or above. A level 6 beast meant that it was equivalent to a level 5 human powerhouse. Lin Xian's opponent, number 46, also changed his expression when he saw the rose unicorn shining with red light. His magical beast companion was a giant bear, a frost bear. It could become a 6th-level magical beast when it matured, but this frost bear was clearly still a long way from adulthood. It was only about 1.5 meters tall, and it looked very pocket-sized and cute. At most, it was around the intermediate level of level 4. Charge! Lin Xian shouted and held the swords in her hands horizontally. The rose unicorn that she was riding on was already charging towards number 46 like a red lightning. Number 46 shouted and quickly took a step forward. The shield on his left hand was shining with white light, and the holy light shield was released. His ice bear hid behind his shield obediently. A blue light flashed, and a small ice wall was erected in front of number 46. Lin Xian, who was charging towards number 46, raised her swords high up, and a pale golden light was emitted. She looked like she was going to finish the battle in one go. Number 46 suddenly became nervous. Rays of golden light continuously surged out of his body. He was using the various skills of the Guardian Knight to strengthen himself. He knew very well that he had no chance against the Rose Unicorn in terms of speed. If he could not block Lin Xian's first wave of attack, he would completely lose his chance. 3 thick ice spikes drilled out of the ground, trying to stop the Rose Unicorn from charging. However, at this moment, the difference between the two beasts was revealed. Rose stepped on the red cloud. Facing the protruding ice spikes from the ground, she did not stop at all. The ice spikes were all melted by the blazing fire elements emitted from her body as soon as they drilled out of the ground. They did not have any effect at all. Just when number 46 was concentrating all his strength to block Lin Xian's unstoppable attack, Rose suddenly moved to the side and rushed past him. Number 46 was taken aback. He had no idea what Lin Xian was trying to do. His frost bear, on the other hand, was very obedient. It dodged to the other side in a flash, not giving Lin Xian a chance to attack it. Rose ran far away, and the red light on her body continued to strengthen. The spiritual power emitted by Lin Xian gradually turned golden red. In the resting area, Long Haochen showed a faint smile on his face. He closed his eyes again and thought to himself, "Sister, you have also become cunning." He did not need to watch this battle anymore, so he started to meditate again. Connection. In the process of rushing and circling, Lin Xian completed the connection between herself and Rose. Back then, it was with this state that she gave a fatal blow to the dark green dual saber demon. There was no doubt that she was the strongest in this state. Especially after Rose evolved, the power of the connection was greatly enhanced. Yihua also showed a rare smile on his face. When did Xian become so cunning? Not only did she buy time for me to complete the connection, but she also suppressed the opponent to use all her spiritual power to defend herself. At this time, there was no longer any suspense in the battle. When the Rose Unicorn charged back at lightning speed, number 46 found out that all the defensive skills he had used in the first round had ended. He wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. All the spiritual power he used before was in vain. Dozens of ice spikes shot out. Ice Bear was a little angry and waved its bare paws at Lin Xian, who was playing with it and its partner. Unfortunately, these ice spikes did not have any effect at all. As soon as they entered the range of the golden red light emitted by Lin Xian and Rose Unicorn, they vaporized and disappeared. Lunge, cross slash, lightning stab, light slash, the Punishment Knight's tyrannical attack power exploded in an instant. With a series of consecutive skills, number 46 was forced to retreat. Lin Xian, who was in the state of connection, had already surpassed the 5th level. Moreover, she had the dual attributes of light and fire, so her attack power was very strong. Although number 40's cultivation was slightly higher than Lin Xian's, there was nothing he could do. The Punishment Knight already had an advantage in the battle. Lin Xian, who was in the state of connection, gave people a feeling that she was invincible. She broke the opponent's defense continuously. When the two swords in her hands were pointed in front of Ice Bear and number 46, Rose Unicorn's charge came to an abrupt end. Looking enviously at the Rose Unicorn in front of him, number 46 said helplessly, "I lost, but I lost to your mount." Lin Xian nodded at him and put away her swords. After giving a knight's salute, she turned around and left. This was a classic battle of mount suppression. Rose Unicorn's speed, attack, and defense were far superior to Ice Bear. Lin Xian had completely made use of the advantages of Rose Unicorn to completely defeat her opponent. Number 97, Number 99, Fight. Lin Xian had just walked out of the trial grounds when she heard these two numbers. She was shocked and looked at Long Haochen, who was in the resting area, in surprise. Yihua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile that wasn't too good to look at. His cold gaze instantly looked at Gui Ying, who was at the side. Gui Ying was the one who reported to Long Haochen and Lin Xian right next to him. Without a doubt, number 99 was him. Gui Ying looked at Yihua, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. No matter what, you can't lose. Remember to use the thing I gave you. I will definitely win. Gui Ying looked at Long Haochen, who had opened his eyes and stood up slowly. However, Gui Ying didn't even look at him. Long Haochen looked at Yihua, and Yihua nodded at him. Yihua didn't promise his teacher anything, but Yihua could see that Yihua's eyes were filled with fighting intent. Summoning his glorious shield and light sword from the forget-me-not ring, Long Haochen strode into the trial grounds and stood at the side. Gui Ying's speed was even a bit faster than his, and he was the first to enter the trial grounds. Pursing his lips, he stared at Long Haochen. Match start. Following the referee's order, Long Haochen was the same as in the previous match. His body was surrounded by a circle of light, and he was accumulating power. With a sneer, Gui Wu quickly summoned his red-scaled earth dragon. On his left hand was a golden round shield with dark red-veined patterns, and on his right hand was the spear that he had used against Sima Xian the other day. The best way to break the skill of accumulating power was to launch an attack at the first moment, making it impossible for the opponent to finish accumulating power. However, Gui Ying made another choice. Riding on his red-scaled earth dragon, he ran towards the edge of the trial grounds, furthest away from Long Haochen. Accumulating power was, in fact, a process of compressing spiritual energy. After compressing spiritual energy, it could burst forth with a powerful attack power. Naturally, the consumption of spiritual energy was several times that of using the same skill. The reason why this skill was somewhat useless was because the compressed spiritual energy was very unstable. Once the user finished accumulating power, he had to release the spiritual energy within 3 seconds. Otherwise, the compressed spiritual energy would collapse. Not only would it not be effective, it would also completely consume the spiritual energy that he had accumulated. The entire trial grounds were 200 meters wide. Gui Ying retreated to the edge, and the distance between him and Long Haochen had already increased to 130 meters. In 3 seconds, he could cross 130 meters? I told you to accumulate power, and that's just a waste of spiritual energy. The corner of Gui Ying's mouth curled into a sneer. The round shield in his left hand was pressed against the back of the red-scaled earth dragon, and the spear in his right hand was slowly raised. A sharp golden light flickered at the tip of the spear. The armor on his body was also emitting a faint golden luster. He just stood there quietly waiting. Faced with such a situation, it seemed that the best choice for Long Haochen was to immediately end the accumulation of power and launch an attack. However, he didn't do so. Standing there, he was still like an abyss or a mountain, quietly accumulating power. His gaze was firm and steady, and his aura was tightly locked onto his opponent. Ever since the start of the preliminary round, this was the most peaceful match in the night's trial grounds. Both sides didn't take any action, and just quietly confronted each other. However, the tense atmosphere in the field didn't lessen because of the confrontation, and the referee didn't interfere. It was impossible for the accumulation of power to last forever. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, and all of it was used to compress, it would be the time for Long Haochen to launch an attack. However, as time passed, Gui Ying's expression gradually became restless. Long Haochen was still accumulating power, and a full 2 minutes had already passed. As everyone knew, the longer the accumulation of power, the more powerful it would be, and the more spiritual energy it would consume. With regards to Long Houchen using this skill yesterday, Gui Ying had specially explained the characteristics of the accumulation of power to his son. For those below the 5th step, the accumulation of power would consume up to 500 points of spiritual energy every minute. It had already been 2 minutes, which meant that the current Long Houchen had already compressed at least 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Was he crazy? Could it be that he was preparing to launch an attack? However, with such a long distance between them, how could he do that? Although Gui Ying's heart was filled with confusion, the unease in his heart became even more intense. However, at this moment it was hard for him to get off the tiger. He had already lost the opportunity to break Long Houchen's accumulation of power. 1,000 points of spiritual energy accumulation. What kind of tyrannical attack would he be able to display? He could only choose to wait, and definitely didn't dare to recklessly approach Long Houchen. Time slowly passed like a nightmare. 3 minutes, it had already been 3 minutes. Not only Gui Ying, even the participants in the rest area were holding their breath. 1,500 points of spiritual energy? This was already at the level of a rank 7 great knight. This youth, who didn't even look to be 18 years old, actually possessed such strength. More importantly, Long Houchen's accumulation of power was still continuing. When 4 minutes had passed, an uproar had already appeared in the rest area. Gui Ying couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the referee and said in a loud voice, "This is impossible, it's impossible for him to have a cultivation of the 5th step." 2,000 points of spiritual energy meant that he was an Earth Knight, which also meant that he had liquefied his spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy released by Long Houchen clearly didn't show any signs of liquefaction, yet his accumulation of power had already lasted for a full 4 minutes. This had already exceeded the scope of Gui Ying's understanding. How could he know that, relying on the physique of the Child of Light, the consumption of spiritual energy of Long Houchen was much lower than that of an ordinary knight? Just as Gui Ying looked towards the referee and shouted that it was impossible, Long Houchen suddenly moved. His right foot heavily stomped on the ground, and with all his strength, his entire body had already turned into a brilliant golden color, and he shot towards Gui Ying like a golden arrow. At this moment, the 3-second countdown for the accumulation of power started. Because Gui Ying had voiced out his doubts, his reaction was a beat slower. No matter what, he had to block this attack. If he could block it, he would win. His spiritual energy had already been consumed to the limit. A scarlet light lit up from the shield in his hand, and the red light directly entered the body of the red-scaled earth dragon. In that instant, the red-scaled earth dragon raised its head towards the sky and released a berserk roar, while its eyes instantly blossomed with a manic blood-red color. The aura around its body also became tyrannical. The shield in Gui Ying's hand was a spirit demon equipment, with the additional skill, Bloodlust. Under the effect of Bloodlust, the red-scaled earth dragon's attack, defense and speed would instantly increase by 10% for a minute. At the same time, a dazzling cold light erupted from the long spear in his hand. It was also a spirit demon equipment with the additional skill, Piercing. Not staying in his original position, Gui Ying controlled the red-scaled earth dragon to rush towards the side at the fastest speed possible. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Long Houchen as much as possible and waste as much time as possible. As long as he could make Gui Ying's stored power skill fail, the victory of this match would definitely belong to him. 1 second. In just 1 second, Long Houchen's body had already dashed 30 meters away from the ground. At this moment, he was less than 100 meters away from Gui Ying. His right foot once again stomped forcefully on the ground. Borrowing the momentum from the previous moment, he slightly changed his direction and rushed towards Gui Ying at an even faster speed. 35 meters. This time, in the next second, he had actually dashed out 35 meters. The distance between him and Gu Ying had already shrunk to 60 meters. There was still 60 meters left, and a victorious smile had already appeared on Gu Ying's face. For a knight of the 5th rank and below, the maximum attack range was only 15 meters. In the last second, no matter what, Long Haochen would not be able to cross 45 meters to attack him. What's more, he was still frantically running horizontally to increase the distance between them. Bang! This time, Long Haochen's left foot landed on the ground, creating a shallow hole in the ground. Increasing his speed once again, he crossed the 40 meters in the blink of an eye. 3 steps, 3 seconds. A distance of over 100 meters. For a knight of the 4th rank, this was already the absolute limit of a sprint. However, at this moment, he was still 30 meters away from Gu Ying, who was frantically running horizontally. 3 seconds had already passed, and the accumulated spiritual energy should have dissipated by now. The word stupid appeared in the hearts of almost all of the spectators. Even a portion of the great figures of the Knights Templars on the rostrum in the distance also had such thoughts. In their eyes, Long Haochen was already doomed to lose. So, wasn't choosing such a method of attack stupid? In the first row of the resting area, a sliver of doubt appeared in the eyes of the black-clothed youth that had exchanged glances with Long Haochen, as a frown appeared on his resolute face. He muttered to himself, "What's he doing?" Bang! At this moment, Long Haochen used his actions to answer the doubts in everyone's hearts as he took his 4th step. His speed didn't decrease in the slightest. However, would this be of any use? The same thought appeared in the hearts of every spectator. The accumulated spiritual energy had already dissipated. So what if he rushed over? He would only become his opponent's punching bag. This time, Gu Ying did not run. The scarlet-horned earth dragon stopped its frantic charge, and abruptly turned its head around. Its tyrannical body collided with Long Haochen. 2 golden rings of light blossomed from Gu Ying's body, both of which were the amplification skills of the Guardian Knight. The long spear in his hand was like a golden bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Long Haochen. The round shield was placed horizontally in front of his chest. At this moment, a victorious smile appeared on his face, as well as a look of deep disdain towards Long Haochen. At the same time, the charging Long Haochen finally made another move. Light sword. His light sword, sparkling with a dense golden light, brazenly chopped forward. An incomparably dazzling and resplendent golden light illuminated the surroundings of the stage, turning it into a dense golden color. A seemingly substantial golden light blade pierced out from the sword. Under the incredulous gaze of Gu Ying, it collided with his long spear. Light-severing sword, knight's first ranged attack. However, at this moment, the light-severing sword displayed by Long Haochen had clearly far surpassed the scope of the light-severing sword. The seemingly substantial golden light blade radiated with a metallic texture, its sharpness causing cracks to appear on the ground as it swept past. Bang! Spear breaking, shield shattering, armor breaking, person flying Gu Ying's body appeared to have collided with a giant dragon, as he was sent flying along with his scarlet-horned earth dragon. He smashed fiercely against the protective light barrier surrounding the training grounds, before rebounding back to the ground. Fresh blood spurted out from the mouths of Gu Ying and the scarlet-horned earth dragon. Including the referee, only a very small portion of the spectators were able to clearly see that at the instant when the light-severing sword collided with Gu Ying's long spear, the light-severing sword had slightly deflected, causing the side of the light blade to smack against Gu Ying's long spear, not using the sharp edge of the blade to chop down. Pooh! Long Haochen's feet landed firmly on the ground, as the substantial golden light on his body slowly dissipated. On the surface, there was basically no difference between him and the start of the mat. Resting area. Lin Xian, who had already anxiously stood up, fiercely waved her fist. He won, Haochen won. Such a powerful strike. Yi Hua said in a deep voice, "Sit down." Lin Xian stuck out her tongue, before hurriedly sitting down. She asked Yi Hua in a low voice. Teacher, with Houchen's cultivation, he doesn't seem to need to take such a risk. Do you think that fellow would have a chance against him in a direct confrontation? Yi Hua glanced at her, and Lin Xian was able to capture a look of fear from Yi Hua's eyes. If I'm not wrong, he's concealing his strength. At the same time, it's also a tactic. After saying this, he slowly stood up and walked towards Gui Ying. In the training grounds, Gui Ying continuously spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the broken armor on his body, he said in a daze, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could the accumulated spiritual energy not dissipate? He's at the 5th step, he's definitely at the 5th step, he's violating the rules of the competition." The referee looked at Gui Ying, then looked at Long Houchen. 5th step? Is he really at the 5th step? How old is this child? Right at this moment, the vigorous voice from the rostrum resounded once again. The provisional winner of this match is number 97. Bring him to have his spiritual energy tested. If he's at the 5th step, he'll be disqualified. Yes. After the referee respectfully saluted towards the rostrum, he gestured towards Long Houchen. Long Houchen nodded his head, and followed the referee out of the training grounds. Gui Ying and his red-scaled earth dragon were naturally carried out of the training grounds by the staff. In the resting area, Gui Ying sat there, his face alternating between green and white as he looked at Yi Hua walking towards him. At this moment, his emotions could only be described as his internal organs burning. Every step that Yi Hua took felt as if he was ruthlessly trampling on his heart, ravaging it. Here, there were so many rising stars, outstanding young knight. From afar, the rostrum could also clearly see what was happening here. However, his son had lost. The bet. Yi Hua slowly walked in front of Gui Ying and stood still, looking at him with an ice-cold gaze. The bet you lost. Gui Ying fiercely clenched his teeth and stood upright. Come. As a knight, he could lose the bet, but he definitely could not lose his integrity. Looking at his extremely ugly expression, Yi Hua took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. A teacher for a day, a father for life. When you go back, tell him that I send my regards to him. You can leave. You. Gui Ying sluggishly looked at Yi Hua. He actually didn't fulfill the bet and slapped me? Yi Hua indifferently said, You should thank Long Houchen. It was his kind heart that influenced me. Your son's injuries are not light. Gui Ying clenched his teeth, and deeply looked at Yi Hua. At this moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. With a heavy stomp, he turned around and left. When he turned around and walked towards the injured Gui Ying, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Teacher, you were wrong back then. Not long after the next match ended, a powerful voice sounded from the rostrum. The battle between number 97 and number 99, the winner is number 97. There was no explanation, only an answer was given. This was to keep Long Houchen's cultivation a secret, and at the same time, to tell all the participants that Long Houchen's spiritual energy was less than 2,000. He wasn't a 5th-ranked ranker. The old man sitting in the middle of the rostrum revealed a playful smile on his face, and said, From Haoyue City, possesses the ring of inheritance, and his spiritual energy is as high as 1803. A level 9 great knight who is only 14 years old. It seems that our Knights Templars is going to have another world-shaking talent. Pass down my order, seal all information regarding number 97, do not let any of it leak out, especially his age. Oh no, change his information to 18 years old, and inform the leader of Haoyue Branch Palace about my order. Yes. Someone naturally went to carry out the order. As long as this child can grow up smoothly, our Knights Templars' position as the head of the 6 great temples will not be shaken for the next 100 years. I'm very curious about this child's innate spiritual energy, and who passed down his ring of inheritance. Another old man sitting next to him smiled and said, It's rare that the paladin head appreciates talent. Do you want to personally teach this child? The old man who was called Holy Knight Elder smiled and shook his head, and said, Monster hunters can temper people more than any kind of training. I hope he can advance into the top 10 this time, and embark on the journey of monster hunters earlier. Long Houchen returned to the resting area, and silently sat down beside Yi Hua. He once again became the focus of the resting area. But he didn't pay attention to anyone's gaze. After sitting down, he lowered his head and pondered. From the looks of it, the battle between him and Gui Wu was extremely thrilling, but only Long Houchen himself knew that there wasn't any element of luck involved in it, and it was completely within his calculations. Gui Wu lost because he believed too much in his father's judgment of the stored power, skill. Long Houchen possessed the physique of the Son of Light, and any skill in his hands would have some slight changes. This included the power of the skill, the consumption of spiritual energy, and some changes in time. After he used his stored power, the time for his spiritual energy to dissipate wasn't 3 seconds, but 4 seconds. That 1 second difference doomed Gui Wu's tragedy. That light/sword was a powerful effect produced by Long Houchen compressing over 1,500 spiritual energy. Furthermore, the 1,500 spiritual energy he compressed had the attack power of 2,000 spiritual energy compressed by an ordinary knight. Not to mention Gui Wu relying on 2 pieces of spiritual demon equipment, even a genuine Earth Knight might not be able to withstand that attack from Long Houchen. Although the stored power skill was of little value, as long as there was enough time to store it, then the power it would erupt with would become extremely terrifying. It was equivalent to a powerful skill that had compressed 2,000 spiritual energy. It could be said that Long Houchen's previous attack was already comparable to a Radiance Knight's attack. The only difference was that the spiritual energy was in a gaseous state and not in a liquid state. If not for Long Houchen showing mercy at the last moment, Gui Wu might not even have a corpse left. This was the first time that Long Houchen had used the stored power skill so thoroughly. Therefore, he sank into contemplation, thinking about his gains and losses during the process of the stored power. When his spiritual energy was compressed to a certain degree, he could clearly feel that his spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative change. Especially the spiritual energy in the core region of the Saint spiritual furnace. The rotation speed had suddenly decreased, but that stagnant feeling made Long Houchen see a layer of misty golden luster. Spiritual energy liquefying, Long Houchen thought in detail. He had already touched the edge of this aspect. Regardless of the rank of an expert, during a breakthrough, an instant of enlightenment was extremely important. Therefore, Long Houchen seized the opportunity before his eyes and sat there motionlessly for a full half an hour before gradually recovering from his contemplation. Yi Hua sat beside Long Houchen. From beginning to end, he didn't ask him anything and even stopped Lin Xian from talking to him. Yi Hua was envious of this disciple of his from the bottom of his heart. He must have gained something from the battle just now. Teacher, I'm going back to continue my training. Long Houchen whispered in Yi Hua's ear. Yi Hua nodded towards him and patted his shoulder in gratification. At this moment, Long Houchen was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of enlightenment. He even forgot to say goodbye to Lin Xian and hurriedly walked out of the training ground. Letting out a long breath, Long Houchen's hands slightly moved, simulating the changes in the spiritual energy within his body. I've found the doorway, I must have found the doorway. Long Houchen was ecstatic. He knew that this enlightenment was even more important than cultivating his internal spiritual energy to more than 2,000. Chapter 24. Just as he was about to rush back to his residence and try out the cultivation method he had just comprehended, at a glance, he saw that not far in front of him, a green bamboo stick was tapping on the ground lightly, and a rhythmic sound rang out. It's her. Long Houchen's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he felt that the joy brought about by the enlightenment in his heart had faded a lot, and another kind of strange, entangled emotion was growing in his heart. Quickly taking a few steps forward, Long Houchen called out softly, "Kair." Kair, who was walking forward, paused for a moment. "Long Houchen, is that you?" Long Houchen had already walked to her side at this time. "It's me." Kair smiled slightly. Although she was still wearing a veil and her face could not be seen, Long Houchen was completely sure that she was smiling. "Can you take me back?" She once again took the initiative to raise her hand. "Okay." Long Houchen suddenly realized that his hand, which was warm and scorching just a moment ago, was now a little cold because of nervousness. He carefully held Kai-er's hand, as if he was afraid of profaning her. Her hand was still so soft, but there was a bit more warmth in it than yesterday. Even the coldness that was originally emitted from her body had faded a lot. Just like that, Long Houchen held her hand and slowly walked forward. He walked very slowly, even slower than yesterday. At this moment, his mind was empty, and he actually did not think about anything related to cultivation anymore. He only felt that his heart was very calm, as if the eagerness and joy in his heart had been cleansed at this moment. Only the touch in front of him brought him an indescribable feeling of enjoyment. No matter how slow he walked, there would always be an end to the road. Moreover, the place where they met was very close to where Kai lived. Long Houchen even thought to himself, why didn't she live further away? "We're here." Long Houchen stopped, but there was a reluctance in his eyes. Kai gently withdrew her hand. "Thank you." Long Houchen hurriedly shook his head, but after he shook his head, he suddenly remembered that Kai couldn't see. At this moment Kai softly said, "I still have to go out to do something tomorrow, but it might take a little longer. Are you willing to send me back?" "Okay," Long Houchen blurted out. Tomorrow the competition would enter the third round. On the side of the Knights Templars, there were only around 30 people left. The competition would definitely end soon. Kai waved her hand at him, tapped her green bamboo cane on the ground, and turned to walk into the hotel. This time, Long Houchen watched her figure disappear before he came back to his senses. He really liked the feeling of holding her hand. As for the feelings between a man and a woman, he had only cultivated for the past 5 years, so he was only a little confused. He didn't know what he should do. But he could feel that as long as he thought about seeing her again tomorrow, he would have that kind of anticipation in his heart. Back at his residence, Long Houchen sat cross-legged on his bed. This time, he didn't stay in a meditative state for a long time like yesterday. Instead, he immediately entered a meditative state. His heart was very calm or even tranquil. That kind of moving feeling made Long Houchen feel that cultivating had become a kind of enjoyment. He didn't know why it was like this, but he felt that he must have been affected by something special about Kai. The next moment, a faint golden haze lit up around Long Houchen's body. Ready, he actually used the ready skill in his room. This time, because he didn't need to observe his opponent, nor did he need to fight. His mind was completely focused on observing the ready skill. Long Houchen clearly saw that the spiritual power in his body was like rivers flowing into the sea, quickly gathering together with the funnel vortex in his chest. At this moment, the funnel vortex itself seemed to have solidified. It no longer rotated slowly, but quietly stopped there, like a sharp golden awl. Threads of spiritual power constantly flowed into the sharp awl. The gentle and powerful inner spiritual power gently moved according to a strange rhythm. No matter how powerful the spiritual power from the outside world was, the size of the cone-shaped funnel vortex never changed. Only the color became more intense. That's right, it was the color. The faint golden color was the original color of his spiritual power. But the bright golden color was the qualitative change after the compression. The color change that appeared on the surface of his body was all because of the compression within his body. At this moment, the feeling of enlightenment unexpectedly appeared again. The gaseous and liquid state of spiritual power was actually the difference in the compression of spiritual power. That's right, it was like this. Liquid spiritual power was actually produced after spiritual power was compressed to a certain degree. The key problem was to maintain the stability of this liquid state. As the ready skill continued, the golden color of the funnel vortex became more and more intense. The layer of golden mist around the saint's spiritual stove once again appeared. Only, this time, Long Houchen didn't stop after compressing 1,500 points of spiritual power. Instead, he went all out, compressing all of the spiritual power in his body. All of it was used in the ready skill. The previous 4 minutes of compression didn't have the same effect as this last bit of spiritual power compression. It must be known that although his total spiritual power had reached more than 1,800 points, it also included more than 200 points of external spiritual power. After completing the compression of 1,500 points, there wasn't much left. Long Houchen clearly saw that the saint's spiritual stove's surroundings was originally only a thin layer of mist. Following the continuous compression of his spiritual power, this layer of mist gradually thickened. Drops of golden liquid began to appear around the saint's spiritual stove. At this time, the originally milky white saint's spiritual stove unexpectedly emitted a faint white light. Ever since he had obtained this stove, this was the first time Long Houchen had seen such a situation. The drops of golden liquid that appeared due to the ready skill, accompanied by the appearance of the white light, unexpectedly stuck to the saint's spiritual stove and slowly rotated. This is, at this moment, Long Houchen's body suddenly shook. The spiritual power in his body had already been completely compressed. The golden funnel violently trembled. This compression came from his spirit. It was precisely because of Long Houchen's outstanding spiritual power that Long Xingwu dared to leave the ready skill at the 4th rank when he gave him the inheritance ring. Letting out a long breath, Long Houchen ended the ready skill and allowed the enormous spiritual power that he had compressed to disperse. However, his observation didn't end there. He still calmly observed the changes between his spiritual power and the saint's spiritual stove. This feeling was very wonderful. Long Houchen's body was empty, but the more it was like this, the more agile his thoughts became. The process of the spiritual power dispersing was very quick. First, the golden color of the funnel vortex gradually faded. The previously compressed and powerful spiritual power subsequently dispersed. Then, the layer of water droplets on the saint's spiritual stove stopped rotating and gradually dissipated. However, Long Houchen clearly discovered that the speed at which the layer of golden water droplets around the saint's spiritual stove dissipated was a lot slower than the spiritual power dispersing from the funnel vortex. Was this the benefit of the liquid spiritual power? Long Houchen's heart moved. It was very clear that compared to the gaseous spiritual power, the liquid spiritual power was much purer and more concentrated. Gradually, the dense water droplets gradually disappeared. Long Houchen became completely isolated. There wasn't a single bit of spiritual power left in his body. His body was completely empty. However, in the next moment after the spiritual power in his body completely dispersed, Long Houchen felt his whole body slightly tremble. The light elements in the air rushed into his body at a speed that surprised him. They turned into strands and quickly gathered towards the saint's spiritual stove in his chest. A funnel vortex with an embryonic form was formed in a flash. At this moment, he recovered at least 10 points of spiritual power. The funnel vortex began to slowly rotate. The spiritual power in his body also began to recover on its own. During this process, Long Houchen didn't do anything. All of this happened on its own. Could it be that after exhausting his spiritual power, this kind of change would occur? At this moment, the spiritual power in his body recovered at least twice as fast as usual. However, Long Houchen quickly discovered that this recovery speed gradually decreased as the spiritual power in his body increased. When his spiritual power had recovered by more than half, the recovery speed had already returned to its original state. No, to be precise, it seemed to be a bit faster than the original state. Long Houchen slowly opened his eyes. I seem to have discovered a brand new cultivation method. Generally speaking, no profession would allow their internal spiritual energy to be depleted. This was simply too dangerous. Therefore, very few people could understand what Long Houchen felt just now. Moreover, his affinity with the light elements was close to perfect. His feelings were also much deeper than ordinary people. What Long Houchen didn't know was that the restored power skill was originally a skill that an almighty person had transformed his own cultivation method into during the process of cultivation. And today's enlightenment was to reverse the restored power skill and restore it to its original cultivation method. This kind of cultivation method was also not recorded in the Temple League. Perhaps it wasn't the best cultivation method, but without a doubt, it was the best choice to let spiritual power break through from the gaseous state to the liquid state. What Long Houchen did next was to restore his spiritual power to its peak state and then use the restored power skill to exhaust it. He constantly experienced the saint's spiritual stove's surroundings and the process of the spiritual power changing from the gaseous state to the liquid state. Moreover, Long Houchen also discovered that every time he tried this, the moment the liquid spiritual power appeared, his saint's spiritual stove seemed to respond. Could this be the evolution that Dad mentioned? My saint's spiritual stove is going to evolve? Long Houchen still clearly remembered that his father once told him that the saint's spiritual stove could evolve a total of 5 times. As for how it would evolve, Dad also didn't know. In fact, what Long Xingwu didn't tell him was that up until now, no one with the saint's spiritual stove had ever been able to evolve it to the 5th time. Lin Xian and Long Houchen smoothly passed the second round, but Lin Jialu met her Waterloo. She suffered a crushing defeat in the second round, losing to a level 7 great magician. Lin Jialu didn't plan to continue staying in the holy city. That night, under Lin Xian's farewell, she left with the 2 brothers Qin Si and Qin Qin. Because Long Houchen was cultivating, Lin Xian didn't disturb him. Morning came again. Perhaps it was because the preliminary round had entered a critical moment, when Long Houchen and Lin Xian followed Yi Hua out of the hotel. He even felt that the atmosphere in the holy city was somewhat tense. The preliminary round had entered the 3rd day, and had already entered the middle stage. The number of Knights Templars participating was a total of 138 people. In the first 2 rounds, the 4 rank 5 experts didn't participate. The actual number of participants was 134 people. After 2 rounds of competition, there was 1 lucky person who didn't participate in the 2nd day's competition. Therefore, there were 34 people who qualified. Adding the 4 rank 5 professionals, it was a total of 38 people. Today, these 38 people would decide the top 19. And tomorrow would be the final elimination round. Yi Hua watched from the beginning to the end of the preliminary round for the past 2 days. He brought a piece of news to Long Houchen, a piece of news that made today's competition even more tense. Since today's competition would decide the top 19, it meant that in tomorrow's competition to decide the top 10, there would definitely be 1 person who didn't participate. And this person who didn't participate would be decided in today's competition. Today, whoever could show convincing strength in the competition and gain the recognition of the panel of judges on the rostrum would be the first to enter the top 10 and obtain this vacant spot. More importantly, yesterday, the panel of judges announced that because the rank 5 professionals didn't participate in the first 2 rounds, the vacant spot would not belong to the 4 rank 5 professionals. Without a doubt, such a decision would make today's competition even more intense. Who didn't want to obtain the vacant spot? Obtaining this spot meant that one would directly enter the top 10 of the Knights Templars preliminary round, which also meant that one would be qualified to become a member of Monster Hunters. This was glory and also the opening of a door to heaven. In the past history of the Monster Hunters preliminary round, there had never been a member of Monster Hunters whose final achievement was lower than rank 6. Moreover, their actual combat power was much stronger than that of the non-Monster Hunters of the same rank. They were also the core strength of the Temple League. It was conceivable that as a member of Monster Hunters, they would definitely receive more resources from the Temple League. The probability of becoming a powerhouse of the generation would increase greatly. So far, the majority of the upper echelons of the 6 major temples, including those rank 9 legendary powerhouses, had all come from Monster Hunters. Any member of Monster Hunters, after performing a mission for 10 years, could choose to quit Monster Hunters and work in the temple. They were the heroes in the eyes of the commoners. Walking into the trial field, Long Houchen's eyes subconsciously looked toward the front row. Today they didn't come early. At this time, many of the contestants who passed the first 2 rounds had already arrived. With a glance, Long Houchen saw the 4 people sitting in the first row. The youth in black from yesterday was still sitting in his seat, even his attire hadn't changed. It seemed that he didn't think that he needed to wear the armor in advance. As for the other 3, Long Houchen could only see their backs. They were all men. To be precise, for professions like knight and warrior, there were very few outstanding female powerhouses. Currently, in the Knights Templars, the only female knight who could enter the top 38 was Lin Xian. Today, Long Houchen didn't meditate because the number of contestants was much smaller. It was very likely that he would fight in the first few rounds. Almost everyone present, including Lin Xian, was a little nervous. Most of them were silently praying that they wouldn't meet the 4 people in the first row in today's competition. They were rank 5 powerhouses. Meeting them was equivalent to losing the chance to enter the top 10. Only Long Houchen was an exception. After sitting down, the first thought that appeared in his mind was that after today's competition, he would be able to see Kai, and she could even send him back. Thinking of this, Long Houchen's pale golden eyes revealed a faint trace of warmth. Lin Xian looked at Long Houchen's calm expression and thought to herself, "He's only 14 years old. How can he be so calm? I'm already in my 20s, how can I not be as calm as Long Houchen?" Closing her eyes, she calmed herself down, and the nervousness in her heart also dissipated a little. Magic Temple Trial Field. When the 2 contestant numbers appeared on the screen, the entire resting area of the Magic Temple's trial grounds fell silent. Of the 2 numbers, the first showed 61, nothing out of the ordinary, but the second number was 1. Number 1 was about to appear. In the preliminary round of the 6 Great Temple Trials, the first 10 numbers were reserved for contestants above rank 5. If there were not 10 people, the other numbers would also be empty. The appearance of number 1 meant that the first match on the 3rd day of the competition would have a rank 5 magic shooter. A girl stood up from the resting area in a somewhat stupefied manner and walked into the field. She was the very unlucky contestant 61. In the first row, Lin Xian, dressed in a fiery red magic robe, slowly got up. That's right, that number 1 was him. Lin Xian was handsome to begin with, especially with his long dark green hair that fell to his waist, which was extremely distinctive. The fiery red magic robe he was wearing was rippling with extremely rich fire elements, and the mages present could even vaguely feel the fire elements jumping on the magic robe cheerfully. Golden runes densely covered the magic robe, and along with Lin Xian's movements, these golden runes flowed with brilliance as if they were alive. Lin Xian turned around and combed his long hair with both hands on the side of his face, revealing an elegant and calm smile to the contestants behind him. That confidence and calmness made some of the female mages' heartbeats visibly accelerate. Only then did Lin Xian slowly walk out. As he walked towards the competition field, a rich wave of fire elements began to rise around his body. It was not because he used any magic, but because the magic robe he was wearing seemed to have been activated. He raised his right hand and waved it in the air. The rich fire elements in the air seemed to have found their source and instantly gathered in his hand. Drops of fiery red liquid dripped down and gradually formed a strange reddish-gold staff in the air. The staff was not big, but the moment it appeared, it seemed that the entire magic temple trial field was filled with a thick layer of fire element aura. Too strong. Is this the strength of a magic shooter? The contestants could not help but hold their breath as they watched Lin Xin walk proudly into the field. Some were envious, some were jealous, but most of them were fearful. Without a doubt, this number 1 contestant was a fire element mage. Looking at him, it was clear that he had truly grasped the rules of fire. Number 61's face was a little pale. She felt that her luck was really bad. Not only did she encounter a 5th-grade powerhouse, but this 5th-grade contestant in front of her was also very likely to be the strongest contestant in the magic temple this time. The fire element aura that rushed towards her shocked her, and made her mind very unstable. The referee was an old man. According to the rules of the Monster Hunters trial, when there were 5th-grade contestants in the competition, the referee must be a 7th-grade powerhouse. He glanced at Lin Xin and said, "Stop showing off. Before I announce the start of the competition, you are not allowed to use any skills, including the enhancement ability of your equipment." "Yes, as you wish." Lin Xin smiled slightly and the golden red light in his hand disappeared. He sighed softly and said to himself, "I originally didn't want to use the magic staff. Since that's the case, I'll use it." Hearing his words, the face of the girl opposite him suddenly became even more unsightly. She even cursed the referee for being meddlesome. He was already so strong. If he used the magic staff, how strong would he be? With a flash of red light, a magic staff quietly appeared in Lin Xion's hand. To be precise, it could not be regarded as a magic staff at all. It was just a strange-shaped fiery red crystal. This crystal was about 5 feet long and the thickest part was about the diameter of a fist. The overall shape was slightly distorted. It did not look like a magic staff at all, nor did it have any inlay. However, at this moment, the referee who had just reprimanded Lin Xian opened his eyes wide and said hoarsely, "Such a big fire cloud crystal, you want to use this to make a magic staff?" Lin Xian smiled slightly, as if he was holding a very ordinary item. "I just bought it a few days ago, and haven't had time to find a master to carve it. I'll make do with it for now." Although the fire cloud crystal is not a top-grade material, the effect of condensing fire elements is not bad. The referee's expression changed and he cursed in his heart. "Too wasteful, this kid is really too wasteful." The fire cloud crystal was not a magic crystal, but a natural mineral crystal that contained extremely pure and condensed fire elements. It could only be found in the depths of magma that had been soaked for more than 1,000 years. Even if a piece of fire cloud crystal the size of an egg was inlaid on any magic staff, it could easily become a spirit-grade fire attribute equipment. Lin Xian held such a long staff in his hand. Even if it hadn't been carved or engraved with any magic arrays, this staff could still double the power of his spiritual energy. This was already at the level of a glorious grade equipment. If he could find a powerful mage to inscribe a magic array on it, then this fire cloud crystal might even have the chance to become a legendary magic staff. What kind of concept was an entire magic staff made of fire cloud crystal? This thing could not be bought even if one had money, and its market value was at least more than 500,000 gold coins. The girl number 61 in front of Lin Xian had a lifeless look on her face. She was a dual-element mage, specializing in both wind and fire magic. The magic staff in her hand also had a fire cloud crystal, but it was only the size of a fingernail. The other side was inlaid with a wind cloud crystal the size of a fingernail. Looking at the one in Lin Xian's hand and then her own, the girl number 61 really wanted to hide her own magic staff. The match begins. The referee suppressed his desire for the fire cloud crystal and shouted in a deep voice. Lin Xian smiled at the girl opposite him and said, Beauty, how about we discuss it? Magic has no eyes, and I'm not good at controlling some 5th and 6th grade spells. It would be bad if I hurt you. We are all from the magic temple, and as a man, I have to be a gentleman. How about this? Seeing that you also know fire magic, I will do a simple demonstration of fire control. If you can get close to it, then you win. This will also save us from hurting each other's relationship. What do you think? Hearing him say this, the girl opposite him clearly let out a sigh of relief. Anyone could see that the gap between her and Lin Xian was really too big. She quickly nodded and said with gratitude, "Senior brother, please guide me." Lin Xian was calm and collected, and a faint magic halo fluctuated around his body gently. He had the demeanor of a master. Glancing at the girl in front of him, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a faint smile. He raised the flame cloud crystal in his hand, slowly drawing a fiery red halo in front of him. Although this halo was fiery red, there was no flame coming out. Moreover, it seemed to be branded in the air, and the fiery red light didn't disperse at all. Liquid spiritual power, only liquid spiritual power could achieve such a spectacle. And looking at his appearance, it was clear that his control of liquid spiritual power had reached a level where he could use it freely. He was definitely not a rookie who had just entered the 5th grade. The fire cloud crystal returned to the starting point, and the fiery red halo was completely formed. It quietly floated in front of Lin Xian. Suddenly, all the fire element aura was restrained, and not a little bit leaked out. The color of the fiery red halo still didn't change. The face of the girl opposite him was already pale. She absolutely couldn't complete this scene. How could it be so easy to restrain one's own aura? Moreover, he had to control the released spiritual power so that it wouldn't disperse. It must be known that Lin Xian didn't have any contact with the halo at all. Look carefully, I'm going to start. Lin Xian smiled gently at the girl opposite him. What? He hasn't started yet? The girl's delicate body was already on the verge of collapse. The fire cloud crystal rose again, and lightly knocked on the halo. With a light ding, it was as if he had knocked on a metal ring. The fiery red halo instantly collapsed, turning into countless fiery red light spots floating in the air. At this time, all the contestants' eyes were focused on Lin Xian. No one knew what he was going to do. Change! Lin Xian shouted softly. One could clearly see that the fire cloud crystal in his hand produced a series of tremors. He seemed to be muttering a spell in a low voice, but his speed was too fast. Neither his opponent nor the judge could hear him clearly. The floating sparks in the air changed. They were getting bigger, and the most amazing thing was that during the whole process they were like flower buds that slowly opened. Fiery red roses appeared out of thin air and slowly rotated around Lin Xian's body. This scene was really too shocking. Lin Xian, who was originally handsome and dashing, was set off by those pure fire elemental roses, just like a fire spirit. The contestants almost all held their breath as they watched this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. There were at least hundreds of fiery roses. What kind of control did he have to control the fire elements so delicately? Lin Xian's opponent, the girl who had struggled to pass the preliminary round 2 days ago, was no longer pale. Instead, there was a touch of red on her face. She was the closest, so she could see it most clearly. All girls loved to be beautiful, not to mention such exquisite control of fire element magic. There was no longer any pain of failure in her eyes. Instead, there was a trace of admiration. However, Lin Xian's show was not over yet. He pointed the fire cloud crystal in front of him. Condense. Suddenly, all the fiery red roses seemed to have found a guide. They quickly gathered together in front of him and condensed into a fiery red heart-shaped pattern. The dazzling fiery red color perfectly displayed the beauty of the roses. Lin Xian gently pointed at the left side of his chest. Suddenly, there was a thump-thump-thump-thump sound in the air. The heart-shaped pattern formed by the fiery roses rose and fell along with this sound. It was like a real heart. The fire cloud crystal pointed forward again. In the midst of everyone's exclamations, the huge heart flew straight towards the girl opposite him. The girl, who was in a state of shock and astonishment, had no time to react. Seeing such a huge flame flying towards her, her face suddenly changed. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Looking at the heart formed by the fiery roses, her mind went blank. But at this moment, all the roses quietly collapsed as if they had withered. The heart-shaped flame turned into an even bigger heart-shaped circle of light that enveloped the girl. It did not have any attack effect at all. It just quietly dissipated around her body. The fiery red light reflected on the girl's face, making it look red. The girl stood there in a daze. She had no idea what to do. Among the spectating contestants, almost all the female mages had their eyes lit up. Too dazzling, too romantic. Turned out that magic could be so beautiful. My demonstration is over. Please. Lin Xian said politely to the girl opposite him. Ah! The girl number 61 cried out in surprise. Her legs gave way and she almost fell. Her cheeks were also flushed because of her loss of composure. I can't do it. I admit defeat. After saying this, she felt her heartbeat speed up. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Xian again. She ran away as if she was escaping. Not to mention the girl, even the referee of this match, a 7th-grade Grand Magus, was dumbfounded at this moment. Because he asked himself, although he could also do this kind of exquisite control, he would definitely not be able to do it as quickly and calmly as Lin Xian. This kind of control of magic could no longer be described as a genius. It was simply a peerless talent. On the rostrum, an old mage sitting in the center of the first row snorted. Grandstanding, flashy but impractical. Towards his evaluation, the other mages on both sides were all shocked. An old mage sitting on his left said, "Elder Lin, this can't be described as flashy but impractical. Such a magnificent scene hides such creativity and control. This child's understanding of magic is simply amazing. In the future, he will definitely become a leading figure in our magic temple." Elder Lin snorted angrily. "Old Go, there's something wrong with your eyes. He's a **T leading figure. He's just a clown trying to impress the crowd." Elder G's face darkened. "Elder Lin, you can't say that. We are already so old. Are you still going to be jealous of people with talent? Although you are the leader of the mage squad, if you want to suppress such a young talent, I will definitely not allow it." Elder Lin suddenly stood up. "Alright, I'm not watching this match anymore. I'm so angry. Would I suppress that little bastard? How can I not know what he's capable of?" Elder Gu was furious. "Why are you scolding people? Do you still have the demeanor of a sacred magus?" Elder Lin snorted. "I'm scolding my own grandson. Why do you care?" After saying that, he walked away with a face full of resentment. Before he left, he glared at Lin Xian, who was smiling and waving at all the contestants. Lin Xian only felt a chill on his back. He didn't dare to continue showing off and hurried back to the resting area. After Elder Lin left, Elder Gu revealed a look of realization. So this kid is Elder Lin's second grandson, the legendary freak. No wonder this old man's nose is not a nose and face is not a face. Assassin Temple Trial Field. In the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, the trial field of the Assassin's Temple was the strangest. It was far from being as bright as the other 5 trial fields. On the contrary, it seemed a little dim, and could even be said to be gloomy. Today, the Assassin Temple trial field started later than the other temple trial field because there were some arrangements here. In the spacious trial field, tall stone pillars were erected. The placement of these stone pillars was irregular and each of them was as thick as 2 people hugging each other. At this moment, the arrangement had just been completed. A deep and cold voice floated down from the rostrum as though it came from hell. There are a total of 48 contestants this year. After the first 2 days of competition, there are 12 contestants left. Today, the top 10 will be decided. All of you will enter the field at the same time to compete. You can use any means. Those who lose their fighting ability will be eliminated. The first 4 people who are eliminated will draw lots for an extra round to determine the final 2 people who will be eliminated. Enter now. I will count down from 10 and the competition will begin. 10. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of sounds could be heard. The contestants who were originally at the resting area had already shot out like arrows. The assassins from the Assassin Temple were much more mysterious than those from the other temple. Every one of them wore a veil that covered their faces. Some of them even covered their entire heads, revealing only their eyes. Their movements were swift and nimble. That cold voice counted less than 3 times, and the people who had just jumped out were gone as if they had vanished into thin air. Duck, 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 duck. The quieter the environment, the more attention it would attract when there was a sudden sound. That was the case at this moment. Not all the contestants took action immediately, but there was one exception. His long purple hair was draped quietly behind him, and his lifeless eyes gave off a feeling of desolation. The green bamboo cane tapped lightly on the ground, and its owner walked slowly to the center of the training ground, step by step. Chapter 25. Who was this person? Almost all the assassins who were already hiding in the dark had the same question in their minds. Was she a contestant? But how could an assassin be blind? At this moment, all the assassins suddenly remembered that in the last 2 days of the competition, there were only a total of 47 contestants, not 48 as stated by the cold voice. The first 2 rounds were empty. Could it be 5th stage? But so what if she had the cultivation of 5th stage? As a blind female assassin, how much of an assassin's ability could she display? Thud, thud, thud. Kai silently walked towards the training field. Her movements were not fast, even slower than a normal person's walk. She looked like a walking corpse, and the lifeless coldness had once again appeared in her aura. The cold voice on the rostrum completely ignored Kai's movements, and the countdown continued. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. When the voice began to shout, Kai just happened to walk to the center of the training field. This was almost the center of those pillars, and it was a rather large, open space. She was completely exposed to all the assassins in the dark. Silence, the entire training field was in a momentary silence, and none of the assassins rushed to make the first move. Out of the 12 people, the first 4 to be eliminated would enter the additional round. In other words, the 8 who were not eliminated in this round would directly enter the top 10. Under such circumstances, no one would act rashly. However, it did not mean that Kai would not move. She stood there quietly for only 3 seconds, and the thud, thud sound of the green bamboo stick on the ground was heard again. She slowly walked towards a direction, and there happened to be a pillar there, and there was an assassin hiding behind the pillar. Kai's appearance was completely defenseless. From head to toe, her entire body was full of openings. Her pace was so slow, and she completely relied on the green bamboo stick to explore the path. Poof! Finally, the bamboo stick in her hand touched the pillar. Kai paused. At this moment, the assassin hiding behind the pillar moved. The assassin leapt out from the middle of the pillar. His nimble outfit did not allow him to make any sound as he leapt out. In an instant, he swept over the top of Kai's head. At the same time, he pointed a lusterless pitch-black dagger at Kai's shoulder. No killing was allowed in the competition, otherwise, his attack would be Kai's neck. The other assassins who were hiding in the dark did not move. They were all quietly observing. Obviously, everyone wanted to see someone deal with Kai. He was stabbed. All the assassins could clearly see that the dagger of the assassin in black had pierced Kai's shoulder. However, at the same time, everyone's pupils shrank, because they saw 2 Kai's. Kair, who had been stabbed, stood there motionless, and that pitch-black dagger didn't even have the slightest trace of blood. The other Kair appeared 2 meters away. Kair's soft hand, which Long Houchen had held, was holding a quarter of the top of the green bamboo stick. Her palm was only half a foot long, and it seemed to be moving forward gently. The assassin realized something was wrong when he missed. However, he could not go against the laws of nature, and his body had to fall. The back of his neck went numb, and the next moment, he lost consciousness. The other assassins only saw a blur, and the 2 Kairs had become one again. She was right in front of the pillar, where she had been stabbed. The lower end of the green bamboo stick swept across, and it seemed to hit the waist of the assassin in black, who was slowly falling to the ground. Suddenly, the assassin in black's body flew out like a rag, and directly fell to the side of the arena. Number 18, eliminated. A cold voice sounded from the rostrum. Shadow doppelganger. All the assassins' heartbeats quickened, and cold sweat seeped out of their hands that were holding the daggers. Shadow doppelganger was a 5th-rank secret technique for assassins, and it was said that it required the most achievement points among all the 5th-rank secret technique. This seemingly blind girl used Shadow Doppelganger almost perfectly, and it even gave people the illusion that when she turned into 2, no one knew which was the real her. 5th rank, it was really 5th rank, and such a powerful 5th rank. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The sound of the green bamboo stick hitting the ground sounded again. Kair changed direction, and slowly walked forward. Looking at the green bamboo stick in her hand, every participating assassin felt as if they had seen a death warrant. The sound of the green bamboo stick hitting the ground seemed to control their heartbeat. No one dared to look down on this slender, and even somewhat skinny blind girl. Whoosh, 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 a series of leaping sounds could be heard. The assassins were moving at lightning speed, and no one wanted to become Kair's next target. However, the arena was only so big, and there were only so many pillars. Naturally, conflicts would occur when the assassins changed their bodies. A series of clanging sounds could be heard as the daggers clashed. The silence was completely destroyed by Kair. Hearing the clashing of the daggers, Kair stopped in her tracks. She just stood there silently, completely exposed to all the assassins' line of sight, not moving an inch. However, none of the assassins dared to get close to her. Everyone could see that although she couldn't see, her other senses must be incomparably terrifying. Let's finish earlier so I can go and wait for him. I wonder if his match today went smoothly. The coldness on Kair's body slowly disappeared. Knights Templars' trial field. Number 97, number 4, enter the arena. The Knights Templars entered the 6th match, and Long Houchen's number was finally called. However, at this moment, be it Lin Xin or Yi Hua, their expressions were extremely ugly. Out of the 4 rank 5 knight, one had already fought. To describe the process of that match, the phrase crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood was enough. The other contestant who faced the rank 5 knight did not stand a chance at all. With just one charge, he was forced to surrender. Number 4, this was the 2nd rank 5 knight to fight today, and his opponent was Long Houchen, who was number 97. In the 3rd round, there were a total of 38 contestants left, and 4 of them were rank 5 knight. In other words, out of the 19 matches, only 4 would face a rank 5 knight. And Long Houchen was undoubtedly one of the unlucky 4. Standing up, Long Houchen revealed a bright smile, and said to Yi Hua, "Teacher, you taught me that no matter how strong the opponent is, I must not lose confidence." Yi Hua went into a daze for a moment, then nodded towards Long Houchen. "Go. You are my disciple." At this moment, the eyes of the Azura had a hint of fanaticism. Long Houchen took big steps and walked into the trial field. The knight in the resting area quietened down and focused on the match that was about to begin. Among them was the black-shirt young man who had been provoked by Long Houchen yesterday and had yet to appear in the arena. He looked at Long Houchen calmly and coldly, as if to say, Only after you pass this round will you be qualified to be my opponent. Long Houchen's opponent was a tall knight, who was about 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a slightly curly brown hair. In his right hand, he held a broadsword that was wider than a normal heavy sword, and in his left hand, he held a heavy shield that was square at the top and pointed at the bottom. It was not the round shield that a normal knight used. What was surprising was that this number 4 knight was not wearing any armor, and his face was obviously arrogant, looking at Long Houchen with a scrutinizing gaze. I heard that you have been using the ready skill to win for the past 2 days? I advise you not to use this kind of trash skill in front of me, or else you will lose very badly. Number 4 knight said with some contempt. Long Houchen said indifferently, there are no trash skills, only trash people. Number 4 knight narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a sonorous voice, very good. Because of the grade 5 knight's appearance, the referee was also changed to a grade 7 temple knight. This referee looked like a middle-aged man, and his body was majestic like a small mountain. He snorted coldly, cut the crap all of you. This is not the place for you to talk. Let the match begin. Just like the previous 2 matches, when the referee announced the start of the match, a golden mist instantly rose around Long Houchen's body. It was still the ready skill. Number 4 knight's eyes flashed coldly, obviously showing a hint of anger. Unlike the other knight, he did not summon his mount as soon as the match began. Instead, he slammed the broadsword in his hand on the shield with a loud bang, and his whole body seemed to slide along the ground, rushing towards Long Houchen. Assault, the grade 5 knight's skill. With the support of powerful spiritual energy, it could burst out faster and more stable than charge. At the same time, a thick layer of golden light also bloomed from the 4th knight's body. This golden light was not like Long Houchen's. Instead, it was completely restrained, like a thin layer of armor covering his body. This was the effect of the spiritual power liquefying. At the same time, this change also appeared on the weapon in his hand. The distance of 30 meters was covered in almost an instant, and the shining broadsword went straight for Long Houchen's head. He was using his actions to tell Long Houchen that ready was useless against him. He did not even bother to summon his mount. Bang! The glorious shield accurately blocked the path of the broadsword. Amidst the loud bang, Long Houchen took a step back, but his body also shone with the light of light's vengeance, and the light sword in his hand instantly slashed out. Although the charging time was not long, with the addition of light's vengeance, his sword was also full of power. It was just that Long Houchen did not use any skills at this moment. A disdainful sneer appeared on the 4th knight's face. His broadsword had indeed been blocked by divine guard. However, just as Long Houchen was about to swing his broadsword at him, he had already activated another skill, shield block charge. The heavy shield in front of him collided with Long Houchen's broadsword brazenly. Boom! A tyrannical explosive force exploded in an instant, and Long Houchen looked as if he had been hit by an elephant. His entire body was sent flying with a muffled groan. This was the difference between rank 4 and rank 5. Although Long Houchen was already a rank 9 Great Knight, against a rank 5 Great Knight with liquid spiritual energy, he had no chance at all in terms of spiritual energy. Assault. Although Knight number 4 was full of arrogance, he did indeed have the capital to be arrogant. His skills were perfectly linked, and at the same time he knocked away Long Houchen, he had already launched another assault. The broadsword in his hand shone with a golden light, and a light slash slashed towards Long Houchen. The light-severing sword that Long Houchen displayed with his liquefied spiritual power was simply like an extension of the blade. It was impossible to tell that it was formed from spiritual power, and it directly bombarded the brilliant light shield that Long Houchen had hurriedly placed in front of him. His body was unstable, and he hadn't even landed on the ground yet. It was impossible for Long Houchen to use Divine Guard, and he could only use a holy light shield to support his defense. Boom! The holy light shield shattered, and Long Houchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was ruthlessly smashed to the ground, and even the radiant shield was sent flying. Knight number 4 didn't rush to chase, and instead coldly swept his gaze over the resting area as if to say, "See, this is the strength of a rank 5 great knight." With a sudden flip, Long Houchen stood up from the ground. His chest heaved up and down, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that his injuries weren't light. However, he didn't dare to pick up his radiant shield, and instead stared at Knight number 4 with a vigilant expression. The corner of Knight number 4's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. "I just said, don't use a trash skill like Ready in front of me. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is futile. Admit defeat and get out of here." Because of his injuries, Long Houchen's face was clearly a bit pale, but he didn't hesitate to firmly shake his head. However, his body slightly swayed, and he hurriedly stabbed the light sword into the ground to stabilize his body. At the same time, he released a white healing light on his body. Knight number 4's eyes widened. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? I'll fulfill your wish." This time, he didn't even use assault, and just walked towards Long Houchen step by step. The strong golden light shone once again, and the broadsword was directly placed on his shoulder. Every step that he took left an obvious footprint on the ground. Long Houchen held the hilt of the light sword tightly with both of his hands, and supported his body. However, his eyes were staring at Knight number 4 without blinking. The determination and persistence in his eyes didn't change at all even though he was injured. The majestic referee stared at the two of them. The moment Knight number 4 threatened Long Houchen's life, he would immediately take action. In the resting area, Lin Xian had already grabbed onto Yihua's arm nervously. "Teacher, quickly stop him, that bastard will kill Long Houchen. Long Houchen is already injured." Yihua's hands were already clenched into fists. "Believe in him, he will win." At this time, Knight number 4 had already walked to a distance of 3 meters in front of Long Houchen, and the broadsword in his hand had already been slowly raised. He had deliberately slowed down his movement. What he liked to see the most was the helpless look in his opponent's eyes when they were facing his powerful strength. Unfortunately, he didn't see such a change in expression on Long Houchen's face. From the beginning to the end, there was only determination in Long Houchen's eyes. "It's over." Knight number 4 was obviously very displeased with Long Houchen's persistence. He swung his broadsword horizontally, smashing it straight towards Long Houchen. Due to the rules of the competition, he didn't dare to kill. However, if he swung his sword down, he had absolute confidence that Long Houchen would definitely lose the ability to fight. At this moment, Long Houchen's clear light golden eyes suddenly burst out with a sharpness that was as sharp as a knife. This sharpness had appeared before when he and the black-clothed young man faced each other yesterday. However, this was the first time it had appeared in the competition. A circle of brilliant golden light suddenly rushed out from the ground around Long Houchen's body. It was the Punishment Knight's skill, Rising Spell. The broadsword that was swung horizontally was suddenly hit by the rising spell, and its falling speed was immediately slowed down by a beat. Immediately, another layer of light burst out from Long Houchen's body. Holy Light Barrier. He had been preparing these two skills for a long time. From the moment he stood up, he had been preparing. Facing a rank 5 knight with a mount, Long Houchen knew that his chances were very small. Therefore, he could only endure and wait for the right opportunity. Luck was on his side. The proud number 4 did not summon his mount at all. When Long Houchen was in Haoyue City, he sparred with Yihua, the Sky Knight, every day. How could he not even withstand a round of attacks from a rank 5 knight? He was indeed injured, but that was because he did not use his full strength. It was precisely because he had endured and pretended to be weak that he waited for the opportunity in front of him. With Long Houchen's current strength, It was extremely difficult to defeat a rank 5 knight with a mount. No matter how talented he was, his opponent had trained for at least 5 years more than him. Therefore, he could only use tricks to give himself a chance. Strength was always the key to victory, but it was not the only one. A child could also use tricks to kill an adult. Moreover, the gap between Long Houchen and number 4 was not that huge. Although the Holy Light Barrier was a rank 4 skill of the Guardian Knight, it still could not block a rank 5 liquid spiritual power. However, there was no doubt that the combination of the Rising Formation and the Holy Light Barrier had bought enough time for Long Houchen. The light saber stabbed into the ground suddenly rose up, bringing with it an intense golden light. At the same time, Long Houchen's left hand swung out horizontally, and another fiery red light swept out like a waterfall, forming a cross with the golden light of the lightsaber. At this time, the number 4 knight and Long Houchen were very close. He never thought that the seemingly defenseless Long Houchen would suddenly counterattack, and with such ferocity. At this time, it was already too late for him to use any skills, and he could only barely raise his shield to block in front of him. Boom! The light and fire formed a cross and ruthlessly slashed at the shield. The number 4 knight was indeed impressive, worthy of being a rank 5 metahuman. In such a disadvantageous situation, he was only forced back 2 steps by Long Houchen. This was the advantage of liquid spiritual power. However, this was only the beginning. With a cross slash, the number 4 knight's heavy sword lost its effect as he retreated. Long Houchen did not pause after slashing with the 2 swords in his hands, and immediately returned with another slash. However, this time, the 2 swords burst out with a fierce light. A dazzling golden light and another dazzling golden red light, both swords actually used the glorious sun slash, the strongest rank 4 attack skill of the Punishment Knight. Just after blocking the attack, the number 4 knight was still shocked and angry, and Long Houchen's 2 swords slashed back with a fierce light. Boom! This time, the number 4 knight's defense was not so easy. Under the tyrannical bombardment of the glorious sun slash, the golden light of the shield in his hand scattered, and at the same time, it sank diagonally, exposing nearly half of his body. At the same time, he also stumbled back, almost falling. Long Houchen did not let up. The fire sword in his left hand pointed forward, bringing with it more than 10 golden red light rays, stabbing straight at the chest of the number 4 knight. The light sword in his right hand did not follow up with the attack, but instead raised high above his head. On the light sword, the incandescent light instantly burst out, but different from the glorious sun slash. The light on his light sword did not appear to be scattered, but completely converged on the sword. It looked like the light sword itself had become transparent, and a strong holy aura rose from the light sword. Long Houchen's mouth resounded with a low incantation. At first glance, his light sword looked a bit like the pure white blade, but compared to the pure white blade, the purity of the spiritual power, the density of the holy aura, and the pressure produced by the light sword were much, much stronger. On the rostrum, the holy knight sitting in the middle said in surprise, "Good lad, he actually has such a trump card. So he is not the Guardian Knight at all. No wonder he was only using Ready and Divine Block, but he is actually the Punishment Knight. Good lad, this is the high-level punishment skill, multitasking, and he even learned a rank 5 holy sword." At this moment, the number 4 knight's heart was filled with depression. Long Houchen's sudden attack was beyond his expectations, and more importantly, after Long Houchen's attack, he did not even have a chance to breathe. Rising Formation, Holy Light Shield, Double Glorious Sun Slash, and Lightning Stab, this combination of attacks did not even give him the time to mobilize all of his internal spiritual power, let alone use skills or summon mount. A moment of carelessness caused him to completely fall into a passive position. He had to completely block Long Houchen's attack and wait for a buffer before he could launch a counterattack. He pulled back his broadsword and did his best to protect his front. A series of clanging sounds exploded in the training field. Long Houchen's lightning stab was extremely fast, and with the advantage of the double glorious sun slash, the number 4 knight could not completely block it in the end. A golden red light swept past the side of his left arm, immediately leaving a charred black mark. A true powerhouse would never allow themselves to show arrogance in battle. However, the 4th knight had clearly violated this rule. Without the protection of his armor, even though he was only grazed by the flaming sword, the searing pain had caused his left arm to become a little stiff. However, until now, the number 4 knight did not think that he would lose. Even if Long Houchen was the punishment knight, he had already used so many skills, so there should be a pause, right? As long as he was given a chance to counterattack, he was still confident that he could defeat Long Houchen with his absolute advantage in cultivation. But at this moment, on the flaming sword that had completed the lightning stab, a dazzling golden red light suddenly burst out. It was still the double glorious sun slash, but this time it was not a slash, but a stab. It did not have the speed of the lightning stab, but the power of the double glorious sun slash. The number 4 knight had to raise his shield again to block. In the roar, he was blasted back another 5 steps. Whether it was the shield or the broadsword, the golden light on both had dimmed. He took a deep breath. In the process of retreating, the number 4 knight's eyes were filled with anger. He completely mobilized the liquid spiritual power in his body. Although retreating was not stable for him, it was also an opportunity. With just a little bit of inner spiritual power, a golden holy light barrier was released. It healed the injury on his left arm and formed a strong defense at the same time. Charge. Long Houchen's body followed the sword. In an instant, only a white light could be seen shooting out in the training field, but his figure was lost. Body and sword as one. This sword was a sword of light, not a sword of fire. The sparkling and translucent pure white lightsaber arrived in an instant, bringing with it a distorted and rippling air. Puff! The holy light shield set up by the rank 5 Guardian Knight could not withstand the stab of this sword of light. With an ear-piercing sound of friction, the sword of light forcibly pierced through the holy light shield. Holy Sword, the powerful rank 5 attack skill of the Punishment Knight. In addition to its tyrannical attack power, this skill also had a special bonus effect on all dark attribute creatures. It could produce double the attack power. The number 4 knight was shocked and hurriedly raised his shield to block. Long Houchen's attacks were too fast. After he used the Holy Light Shield, he only had time to add a Holy Light Infusion shield on his shield to support his defense. At this moment, a white sword light shot out from the Sword of Light, bombarding the shield of the number 4 knight. Only then did the body of the Sword of Light pierce through. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of the spectators, the shield in the hands of the number 4 knight was instantly broken into pieces, but he finally shook off the Sword of Light. However, the huge impact caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground on his butt. The fiery red light quietly landed on his shoulder. The scorching temperature stimulated the neck of the number 4 knight. The light sword supported him on the ground and the fire sword on the side of the number 4 knight's neck. Long Houchen gasped for breath, blood flowing down the corner of his mouth. However, the determination in his eyes did not change at all. It was easy to imagine the burden on his body to use skills at such a high frequency when he was injured. But it was also this series of storm-like attacks that brought him victory. Compared to the peak of the rank 5, it was really a qualitative evolution. Even though Long Houchen used so many powerful skills, and with his talent, he had a skill-casting speed that far surpassed the knight of the same rank, as well as the strong perception and tyrannical punishment knight skills. But before he defeated the number 4 knight, he still could not hurt his opponent. I lost. I actually lost? The number 4 knight sat on the ground blankly, his face ashen. As a rank 5 Earth Knight, he did not even make it into the top 10 of the Monster Hunters trials. He could not become a true member of the Monster Hunters. He had reached the age limit. It was impossible for him to participate in the next trials. This defeat instantly eliminated the possibility of him, a proud son of heaven, entering the core of the Night Temple. When he heard the words, "I lost," Long Houchen had already put away his 2 swords and quietly walked to the side to pick up the glorious shield. Although he won this battle, it was not an easy win. The number 4 knight brought him a lot of pressure. "No, I don't accept this, I don't accept this." The number 4 knight jumped up from the ground and looked at Long Houchen with red eyes. "I haven't summoned my mount, nor have I put on my armor. I have a set of spirit demon armor. How can you be a match for me? How is this possible? Referee, I don't accept this, I want to compete with him again." The referee looked at him coldly, but was already standing between him and Long Houchen. He said calmly, "You lost." The number 4 knight said excitedly, "I didn't lose. How can I lose to a rank 4 kid?" An old voice came from the direction of the rostrum. There was a hint of anger in the voice. "Let me ask you, what are the 10 rules of a knight?" The number 4 knight was stunned. This was something every knight had to learn since childhood. He said almost subconsciously, "Humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, fairness, sacrifice, honor, persistence, benevolence, justice." The old voice said in a deep voice, "Then where is your humility and honesty?" Rather than saying that you lost to number 97, it's more accurate to say that you lost to yourself. Not wearing armor, not summoning your mount, it's your own choice. You can't even follow the 2 most basic rules. Your temperament is no longer suitable to be a knight. Someone, throw him out and remove his name from the temple. The number 4 knight's body trembled, his face instantly turned pale. What did it mean to be removed from the temple? It meant that he was no longer a member of the Knights Templars. At the same time, he also knew who the person who spoke was. Even the top 3 powers of the Knights Templars had to be polite to this old man. With a thud, the number 4 knight knelt on the ground and said to the rostrum with a trembling voice, "Lord Holy Knight, I was wrong. I know I was wrong, please give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again." The Holy Knight's voice came slowly. "To be able to break through to the 5th level before the age of 25, it's obvious that you're very talented. However, you should also know that the most important thing for us Knights Templars is not cultivation, but temperament. As the head of the 6 major temples, any core member of the Monster Hunters, if you don't follow the Knight's rules, it will only bring shame to the Knight's glory. Tell me, what is glory?" All the knights stood up and shouted in unison, "Glory is life." The Holy Knight said calmly, "Number 4, you heard it. Glory is life. Can you still have the glory of the Knights Templars?" Knight number 4's body was trembling violently, but he couldn't say a word as he knelt there. He could tell that the Holy Knight was really angry. "Lord Holy Knight." At this moment a clear voice was heard. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but move. The one who spoke was Long Houchen. He clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it on his left chest, then respectfully gave a knight's salute towards the rostrum. The Holy Knight Captain's voice was clearly gentler, and he did not hide his fondness for Long Houchen at all. Long Houchen looked at Knight number 4 who was kneeling beside him, and said respectfully, "Lord Knight, when I was still very young, my mother once told me that no one is perfect. Number 4 was just mentally unstable because he lost. Arrogance is indeed wrong, but I think it's unfair for him to turn this incident into a turning point in his life. Personality is related to the environment he grew up in, so you can't completely blame him. Please give him another chance. With this lesson, I believe he will correct himself." After hearing Long Houchen's words, Knight number 4 raised his head in shock, looking at him with a strange expression. The rostrum suddenly became silent. Everyone was also paying attention to the rostrum. After all, a genius knight like number 4, who broke through to the 5th grade before the age of 25, was rare even among the Knights Templars. After a while, the Holy Knight sighed faintly from the rostrum. "All right. Since you're pleading for him, I'll give him a chance. Number 4, listen, if you still want to stay in the Knights Templars, Then from now on, you'll be number 97's retainer knight. When the next Monster Hunter's trial starts, if you can fulfill your duties as a retainer knight, then I'll allow you to return to the Knights Templars." Number 4 was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed. "Thank you, Holy Knight Elder, for giving me a chance." After saying this, he stood up and turned to Long Houchen. After a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, he knelt down on one knee in front of Long Houchen. "Master, Han Yu is at your command. I still don't know your name." Long Houchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This. He's called Long Houchen." A cold voice came from the resting area. Long Houchen turned his head to look. The one who spoke was Teacher Yi Hua. Han Yu said respectfully, "In the name of the God of Light, Han Yu is willing to serve Long Houchen as my master for the next 5 years. Master's glory is my glory. If I break this oath, I will be punished by the God." Long Houchen was always calm in battle, but he was still a 14-year-old boy after all. Facing this kind of situation, he immediately panicked. He quickly said, "Quickly get up." As he said this, he helped Han Yu up. Han Yu said respectfully, "Master, I still have some things to take care of at home. I'll go back and take care of them now. Tomorrow, I'll come back here to look for you. For the next 5 years, I swear to follow you until death." After the blow just now, the arrogance on his face had completely disappeared. Although there was still a bit of unwillingness in his eyes, he thought of the terrible consequences of being expelled from the temple. In the end, he endured the discomfort in his heart, bowed to Long Houchen again, then turned around and left. Although he was arrogant, he had a great ambition in his heart. Once he left the Knights Templars, how would he realize his dream? Although Long Houchen was a bit confused, since Yi Hua asked him to agree, there must be a reason behind it. After casting a holy barrier on himself, he returned to his room to rest. "Little brother, you're the best." Lin Xian immediately rushed up to him and gave him a big hug. As for the other participants of the Knights Templars, when they looked at Long Houchen again, their faces revealed a bit of wariness. In this kind of one-on-one competition, the Punishment Knight obviously had an advantage over the Guardian Knight, even though Han Yu was defeated because of his arrogance. However, it must not be forgotten that Long Houchen's last series of attacks did not give him any chance at all. How could an ordinary Punishment Knight do that? That instantaneous burst of power, especially the combination of splitting his attention and the holy sword at the end, was the real reason why he won. An attack that even a rank 5 knight couldn't block.